Hi Wildings, welcome back to the Wilding Tarot YouTube channel where we do intuitive tarot card readings on all things lovers card. So everything to do with using our romantic relationships especially, or love in general, to align us with higher consciousness, to more godlike perspectives, to evolve us spiritually, and to make us much more unconditionally loving in this world. That's what we do here. Ironically, I think I've only just realized that my Gemini midhaven corresponds with the Lover's card in the tarot. So of course I'm out in the world doing this sort of stuff. I don't know how that literally just dawned on me, but it just did. But anyway, enjoy the vibes of me opening our space for our beautiful tarot reading. I will get into a few more details about what we're doing today and how you can get the most out of this reading in a few moments. But for now, I just want to wish you a happy Jupiter Day. It's a beautiful Thursday here in between Christmas and New Year's. When I'm recording this, I'm sure it'll probably take a little while for me to upload this, especially given that this reading is probably going to be a fairly long one. So yeah, these ones usually take a few days to upload because I do upload in such high def. So yeah, by the time you're seeing this, it'll be time to wish you a happy new year. I hope you had a beautiful Christmas. I hope you had a beautiful break. If you had one, I hope you got to rest at least on Christmas Day. But yeah, I'm very excited for our reading today. It's kind of the perfect day to film it on Jupiter Day. I'll explain a little bit more about why that is in a few moments. I always try and be very intentional with using the energy of the day that I'm actually recording on to facilitate the reading. Obviously, Jupiter Day is all about expansion and abundance, but I will get into a little bit more detail about what Jupiter is also about in a few moments when we start with our full explainer about why this day is so relevant to our reading. But it looks like we're just about ready to start, so let's get into it, guys. Okay, Wildings, let's get into today's reading. As you can probably guess from the title, today's channeled messages will be about who is your soulmate, how will you meet them, and when will you meet them. But this reading is going to have a bit of a different format to some of my other readings on this channel because it's going to be a very choose your own adventure kind of reading. Basically, we're going to be doing tarot readings based on your own personal astrology to make the reading more detailed and specific. And this means that everyone here should have a totally unique reading based on your own birth chart and your intuition and preferences when it comes to some of the options that I'll give you in each section. So how it's going to work is that I've broken this video up into 3 parts: the who, the how, and the when. So for the who part, we will use your descendant sign, so any of the zodiacs, whatever falls in your 7th house of partnership. That will be mostly where you're getting your reading from, or your Jupiter or Venus placement. And I'll explain why you might use your Jupiter or your Venus or your descendant sign when we get to that section. And then for the how, we will use whatever your descendant ruler is. So whichever sign you have in your 7th house, the ruler of that sign will be what you base your how on, which again, don't worry, I'll explain when you get to that section, like what a ruler is and how to find it in your chart, and then how to get a reading based on what sign or house that your descendant ruler finds itself in. And then lastly, for the when, you'll use either Jupiter or Venus transits through your 3rd, 7th, and 11th houses to figure out when your soulmate either did come in or will come in, depending on your particular circumstance. I think there will be a mix of people here who potentially will have felt like they might have already found their soulmate, and some people who just want to know like who they are and when they'll be coming in, blah blah blah. So for each part, because you will have some different choices of what to use and you'll choose based on your intuition, everyone should kind of have a different reading, which I'm really excited for, because no one's intuition is going to send them to the same places, especially because you'll be choosing based on your astrology as well. So it's a bit of an experiment. Like, let me know how this goes, guys. I'm really excited for it, and I think I've kind of planned it out in a way that makes sense, but I might need to put in the description box a few extra like instructions, or just like repeating my instructions to make sure no one gets lost and that you're able to build a really specific and detailed reading for yourself. And if it's not making sense so far, like, don't worry, because I'll explain each section in way more detail when we get to the section. This is kind of like more of an overview to give you like a general idea of what's happening. So I'll definitely explain why we're using whichever placements we're using, and how to make the best choice for you at the beginning of each part. So if it's not making sense yet, don't stress. Just go to each section, listen carefully. You can slow down the video's speed, or you can double check instructions in the description box if you ever get lost. And I'm sure in the end you will get to the right place, and you'll get the messages that are intuitively destined for you. So if you have your birth chart handy and you're ready to start, you can skip ahead to part 1 now, where I give a more detailed explanation of like how and why we choose what we choose for the part 1 reading. But for everyone else, I'll quickly walk you through how to get a birth chart for yourself first, and then we'll meet everyone else in the part 1 timestamp in a moment. So if you need help getting your birth chart, stick around and I'll help you with that. But for everyone else, we'll catch up with you very, very soon. I'm very excited. I'm a little bit nervous to see how it turns out, but I'm mostly excited. So for anyone who doesn't have a copy of their birth chart or has never pulled up their birth chart before, I'm going to quickly show you how to get your birth chart using software by Yasmin Boland. Obviously you can use any software to pull up your chart, but I'm showing you how to use hers because she's a woman, she's very witchy, and she grew up in Australia not too far away from me. So obviously I want to support her and her site and her software since it aligns with my values and is a very ethical choice for me. But you can use anything you like. To access this software, I've left a link in the description box below, or you can type in Yasmin Boland Birth Chart Calculator into the Google search bar, which I've pre-typed for you here to know how to like spell everything. And this will bring you to a new page where you can pop in all of your details, and then it will pull up a chart for you. So the chart will open in the browser for you, but it will also appear in your email. You'll be sent an email copy of it, which is awesome because it means you'll always have access to a copy. And I'll quickly go over now exactly how we're going to use this chart to get the most out of our reading today. So for part 1 of our reading today, we're going to find out who is your soulmate. In astrology, our soulmates and romantic partners are represented by our Descendent sign, as well as either our Jupiter or Venus placements, depending on whether you're attracted to more masculine or more feminine energies. So if you're attracted to more masculine energy, usually Jupiter represents either important soul contract relationships or a wedded partner. Your Jupiter placement will look like a little 4 in your chart. So for a Jupiter soulmate reading, you can choose the corresponding sign that Jupiter falls in from the timestamps below. So for example, mine would be a Libra reading because my Jupiter, my little 4 symbol, falls into my Libra sign. If you're attracted to more feminine energy, usually Venus represents more important soul contract relationships or our wedded partner. Your Venus placement will look like a little female symbol in your chart. So for a Venus soulmate reading, you can choose the corresponding timestamp for whatever sign your Venus symbol falls in your chart. For example, mine would be a Capricorn reading because my little woman symbol falls into the sign of Capricorn for me. Our descendant sign is our 7th house sign, so opposite our 1st house, ascendant or rising sign. So the 1st house represents the self, while the 7th house represents partners, especially romantic ones. So for me, a Virgo rising, you can see over here, this little Virgo ascendant symbol. My descendant is Pisces, which is this little kind of H-looking symbol over here. So yeah, I would get a Pisces descendant for a descendant reading. If you're a Libra rising, your descendant is in Aries. If you're a Scorpio rising, your descendant is in Taurus, and so on. So for a descendant sign soulmate reading, you can choose from the timestamps below. This one's a really good one if you either attracted to both masculine and feminine energies, or you're attracted to neither masculine or feminine energies, or like the placements of your Jupiter and Venus just like don't vibe with you. This is a good kind of like cover all bases place to get your reading from. So whenever you're ready, choosing either your descendant sign, your Jupiter sign, or your Venus sign for a reading on who your soulmate is, just go wherever your intuition is taking you, and wherever you end up, I will see you there in a moment. Hi, Aries descendants / Libra risings, Jupiter Aries and Aries in Venus placements. So we have a lot of different people here, obviously getting a reading for who their soulmate is. So whether your Aries is in your 7th house, or your Jupiter is in Aries, or Venus is in Aries, we're going to get a reading for you today about who your soulmate will be. So any of these placements in Aries rules the 1st house of the self, the identity, the body. Aries is a cardinal fire sign. Aries really likes to be in charge, get things going. In the tarot, Aries energy corresponds to the Emperor, and it also corresponds to the early cards of the Wand suit. So it's a very like starting things off, getting things going. It's traditionally more of a masculine energy, but that's not always super relevant. Really depends on the person as to whether that will manifest in that way. For people that are Libra risings and Aries descendants, Libra is much more of a we energy, and Aries is more of a me energy. So you guys that are here, you'll probably find that you're in a relationship with a soulmate where you tend to be very relationally focused to the abandonment of the self, while your partner tends to be very self-centered to the abandonment of the connection sometimes. For Venus in Aries, like this tends to be kind of more of a challenging placement. Venus, Aries doesn't like being in Venus. Aries is in detriment in Venus, so you might find your own Aries energy like struggles a little bit with this kind of placement. But for the Aries in Jupiter, this is like a little bit better. It's not like the best place for Aries to be in, but Aries is kind of like comfortable there. So you might find personally in your chart that Aries is like just such a go energy that you find this Jupiter energy to be very expansive. So we're going to get some messages about your soulmate using our traditional tarot. To get a little bit more specific about your person and who they might be, regardless of what placement you're here from. Spirit, could you please have channeled messages about this Aries partner for all the people that ended up here? Can we have some messages about this Aries partner that everyone came here for? Lol, this is so funny. This is why I tell you before I pull the cards, like what energy's what. It's just so funny that this Emperor card came out. I'm not at all surprised, because no matter what you're here for, you should be essentially ending up with a very Emperor kind of energy. Like regardless of like what gender you end up with. I don't know how these are all going to fit. Might just have to go a little bit over. Quick clarify this Emperor energy, please. Clarify this Emperor energy. I'm sure it probably doesn't need clarification, but quick clarify this Two of Cups energy. Clarify this Ace of Swords energy. So, Aries soulmates. It's very likely that this soulmate will be particularly strong, independent, very good at reasoning, and have a very intense vision for their life. They're going to know what they want essentially, and go after it, go get it. They're probably going to be really good at the visualization aspect of manifesting their life. They may struggle though with the actual doing aspect of those manifestations, and they may struggle to either see or overcome any blocks towards their manifestation. They're probably going to look for the easiest route to their manifestations, and so they probably need a partner who's a little bit more diligent, practical, and able to take things kind of slow. I'm getting, which is potentially going to be you. You're probably going to help ground this person in some ways, and stop them from necessarily being so impulsive, and so like eager to start things but not necessarily finish them. Like you'll definitely help this person finish things a lot. With this moon energy, this is more of a feminine energy, so regardless of why you're here, like this is kind of more of a masculine card and this is more of a feminine card. So the feminine energy though, because it's being represented by the moon, regardless of whether you're going to end up with like someone who's overall more masculine, who's a man, who's overall more feminine, or who's a woman, their feminine side might be a little inhibited early, especially because this moon didn't come out in, say, like more of a high priestess or empress energy, which is a little bit more of a obvious feminine. When it comes out in the moon, sometimes it refers to someone whose feminine side's a little bit more repressed, a little bit more contained, maybe someone who's not as in touch with their like unconscious or instincts as they could be. So yeah, they may need to be doing some work around being in touch with their feminine. So it'll probably be really important to you leading up to this connection to be really in touch with your own feminine and masculine side and really understand how you operate, especially if you fall heavily into one of those energies, knowing how like being able to understand that energy will be super important. So yeah, like I'm not surprised this soulmates energy came out, because obviously we're looking at heavy soulmates energy here. But there may be some complications with this person when you guys do connect with this Fool card coming out in reverse. So the Fool is very primal energy. It's the beginning of the major arcana, so it represents new cycles starting. When it comes out in reverse, sometimes that can indicate like either a resistance to start something. So this connection might be a little bit slow to kind of take off. Like there might be a little bit of messiness before you guys either start dating or get together or even start talking or whatever. There might be a little bit of challenge getting things off the ground, especially if this person's like already in a connection. When you meet them, there may be some like stickiness. This 10 of Swords energy, this is a Sun in Gemini energy. It's often like traditionally about some sort of like loss and defeat. So yeah, this person might be in a different connection before you guys meet, or they might still be hung up on a past connection when you guys meet. So yeah, definitely be prepared for that. But this Sun in Gemini energy asks us to start over with a whole new paradigm. So it definitely asks us to kind of put the past in the past and start on a new foot. And yeah, while they might initially struggle with that, like that's kind of a lesson that you guys will initially go through together, and that's probably something that you'll know will signify who this person is to you. So you can kind of recognize that energy. This might also represent someone who's a little bit prone to like getting down. Like they can probably get really in their head and caught up in stories about how they perceive situations to be, and any like any stories that are like kind of coming from their ego, they may get really caught up in those, may get really in their head, and may not know when to let go of old stories that are containing them in old patterns and how to start again. But overall, they will be like a super compassionate, like loving, like abundant kind of energy. Like they'll be able to love really hard and fast. And they'll definitely really want to nurture this connection, but as well as nurturing themselves as well as you. So they're probably going to have a lot of mixed energy when it comes to wanting to nurture themselves, yourself, and this connection. But overall, like they will definitely get to a place where they can do those three things fairly well. Even if initially they're a little bit in more of this Aries, like self-me energy, especially if you came here as a Libra rising. Even if they are selfish at the start, eventually they'll get it together. They'll get it down of how to manage all of these energies and manage all of these kind of attractions. This person's probably going to be very bright, very abundant, very fertile, very kind of like focused on being their best and highest self. Yeah, this Sun card is definitely reflects someone who's just like super vibrant and usually someone who wants to have a family, usually someone who really wants to be as bold and as expressive as possible. The Sun kind of gives this person a bit of a Leo touch to their energy. So they definitely will like being in the spotlight and enjoy like having a good time essentially and living their life, and they'll pretty much just want the most in their life as possible. But as we kind of mentioned earlier, this person might have a little bit of trouble seeing things to the end. Like they'll definitely have that vision, they'll have that spark, they'll have that initial motivation, but they might not be the best closer. This King of Pentacles coming out in reverse, this King of Pentacles energy traditionally refers to someone who's got heavy earth energy, like so Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. Someone who's very slow, steady, does all the practical steps and work to achieving their goals. So this person might really struggle with that, and they'll definitely need someone to help with the practical things of getting things done. So yeah, you'll be able to rely on them to be motivated, to have really beautiful vision for the two of you, but you may need to help them with some of the more disciplined aspects. And also like sometimes helping them see their own power, and also helping them be mentally clear, especially with this Ten of Swords coming out in reverse, coming out as well as this Ace of Swords in reverse. The Ace of Swords represents kind of pure potential when it comes to this Swords, like mental kind of communication kind of energy. And when it comes out in reverse, a lot of the time it's referring to someone who can get a little bit disempowered within themselves because they're listening to disempowered kind of stories in their head. And just like they're becoming not clear and not being able to see situations clearly, because of their stories that are coming from their ego. So when this person's in their power, they're definitely this Emperor energy, but when this person's falls too much into this Air Swords, like listening to ego stories energy, they will become easily disempowered and easily unclear, and they'll stop being objective because they'll be coming from a place of like pain and ego rather than a place of kind of power and clarity. And yeah, so there'll definitely need to be some healing in this connection, especially with this Two of Cups card coming out. Any kind of like cards that represent union of some kind often reflect kind of mirroring two people, showing each other like what needs to be healed and evolved and changed, and especially what needs to be loved and accepted from within. So yeah, there'll definitely be some things in this connection that you guys have to work on together, and some healing that you'll be doing together, but it will be very divinely guided. And it'll be very just like intentional, and yeah, like it'll be very abundant. It'll bring you to your best self. It'll definitely expand you. So yeah, definitely expect a very powerful, maybe more masculine, either like very balanced masculine, feminine, or like more masculine energy coming in with these cards. I would say for the majority of people here, this is probably a very divine masculine kind of energy. But for some of you, you'll either be attracted to a very masculine woman, or you'll be in a connection where the two of you really equally contribute those masculine and feminine energies, by the looks of it and by the looks of these cards. But now that I've read about who your soulmate is, Aries descendants, Venuses and Jupiter, go ahead and skip to the section of part 2 of how you'll meet this person to get the next part of your reading. But so far it's been a pleasure reading for you. You guys are my first reading, and I think this is a pretty good and interesting one. So good luck for the rest of your reading, and whatever gets built, I'm excited for you. Thanks so much for supporting me. My name is Jade Rewilding, and if you could like, comment and subscribe, I would really appreciate that. But until next time, ciao. Hi Taurus, Descendants, Jupiter placements and Venus placements. Welcome to your reading about who your soulmate will be. So if you are a Scorpio rising, so you have a Taurus descendant, or you have a Taurus placement for your Jupiter, kind of like masculine energy partner, or a Taurus placement for your Venus or feminine energy partner, then this reading is probably for you. But yeah, as always, take what resonates, leave what doesn't. There will be some particularities that will resonate and some that won't. But if you are a Scorpio rising and have a Taurus descendant, this definitely will be a very interesting pairing. Like, you'll definitely be more attracted to Taurus kind of energies, or very earthy energies. This like opposition is very interesting because obviously both those energies are kind of like a little bit more feminine, a little bit more watery. So the nature of your connection is probably going to really highlight the feminine elements of your connection a lot. And if you are here for a Jupiter Taurus placement, it's very likely that your person will be very kind of secure and stable, but also like very fixed, definitely with a tendency to focus on material possessions, and just like want to work hard, and probably are very prone to that protective provider kind of energy. If you're here from a Venus placement, or like looking for more of a feminine energy, this Taurus energy tends to be kind of very self-care orientated, like really enjoys looking after themselves, and can be a little bit more of like a homebody, or just like enjoying being around the creature comforts. This person usually looks for a lot more security in life, especially financial security, and yeah, definitely tends to look for very abundant partners. But the thing is, if you're a Scorpio rising especially, because either of those energies can be relevant to a Taurus descendant, if you're a Scorpio rising, like your power energy is in your first house. Like anywhere where Scorpio is in your chart is usually a heavy power energy, and because your power is in your first house of self, it's likely that you're going to be a very powerful person, so you will definitely attract this more Taurus kind of energy, which is essentially why you guys are soulmates. But let's get some messages from our traditional tarot about this connection, about the soulmate connection, and about your person. Spirit, could you please have messages for these Taurus placements and the Scorpio rising and Taurus descendant connection, please? Could you please clarify this Knight of Pentacles energy? And could you please clarify this Hanged One energy, please? And could you please have Taurus placements, what's interesting about these energies, so of like all the Pentacles energies are heavy Taurus energies. Taurus rules the Hierophant card in the Major Arcana, which is a card kind of about tradition and ritual, and like definitely the kind of very practical discipline kind of aspects of like personal growth and life. Definitely it's a heavy like kind of a marriage ritual kind of rites kind of energy too, but Taurus energy is very fixed, and so it corresponds with more of the fixed energies of the Pentacle suit. The Knight of Pentacles, this energy is quite like young in terms of like earthy energy, so it's definitely not someone who is as fixed as these energies. So likely when you meet this person, or potentially the whole time with this person, they will have a little bit more flow about them than potentially what you might imagine with this Taurus energy. For some of you, they'll become more of that fixed energy as they age, and for others, they'll just kind of be a bit more of a lighter Taurus energy, a little bit less stuck, a little bit less stubborn. But they might struggle a little bit initially with being dependable and persevering, especially in the face of challenge. Persevering is definitely one of the strengths of Taurus, and when the Knight of Pentacles comes out right way up, it's definitely someone who can be very dependable and persevering. But it seems like when you meet this person, they'll be a little bit off with that energy. They'll potentially be going through some struggles when you meet them. This Seven of Swords is traditionally a kind of deception and betrayal card, and this Seven of Cups has to do with illusions, especially illusions created by the emotional world. So yeah, I would say that this person will probably be going through a hard time when you meet them, and this is maybe what they will this is why they'll be a little bit off in terms of their dependability. But know that, like, based on this Taurus energy, like, it's not in their nature to not be dependable. They'll just kind of be going through one of those times where they're kind of like thrown off a little bit and almost stepping outside of their kind of usual pattern, just to kind of experience different things in life and understand kind of different ways of being. Especially if you're a Scorpio rising, this will be really helpful because they'll probably be able to better see your point of view at this time when you meet them than if you were to meet them before they'd kind of gone through this upheaval. So yeah, like before you meet them, or even when you meet them, they would definitely be going through some sort of upheaval. Someone might have cheated on them, or, you know, something like that. They'll definitely be going through some sort of either betrayal or destruction of a relationship, or feeling of like abandonment or deception. There might be some sort of like lies, and so this connection might be a little bit messy at first. It may take you guys a little while to kind of find your feet, but in the end you guys will definitely have a really, really abundant, beautiful, compassionate, intimate relationship, especially with all of this kind of Taurus-y, very feminine kind of energy. Like you'll definitely get there where you'll be like really well connected. Definitely this person might have a lot of vices, might be tempted a lot, and or like when you meet them, they might feel like they need to go out and experience more in life and acquire more knowledge. Like they might not be super willing to jump into this relationship, especially based on what they'll be going through leading up to this relationship. So just be mindful of this kind of like devilish kind of aspect of the connection when you guys do meet. They might kind of leave you feeling a little bit uncertain or unsure to begin with. But this Hanged One energy, this is heavy Neptunian energy. So a lot of the time it refers to like uncertainty, but there's also this element of like kind of intuition and being able to see a different reality, even if it's not manifest in the physical. So this Hanged One energy is definitely indicating that you'll be a little bit uncertain at the beginning of this connection, but there's probably going to be some sort of like inner knowing or inner intuition about the future of this connection, and the way things will manifest, even if there's no physical evidence for it for a while initially in this connection. Yeah, it seems like this person will need to kind of like go explore some stuff, definitely explore some of their own patterns, explore their own emotional world, definitely any underlying unconscious biases or just like stories or like anything that's coming from their emotional world, especially this kind of like fourth house family of origin energy that's contributing to their kind of like difficult time when you guys do meet. They'll definitely need to go explore all of that. This Page of Wands is a heavy kind of exploration energy. It's definitely an energy of someone who wants to go like kind of learn things in life and have their mind opened. And yeah, I doubt that this person would have done all of this before all of this kind of went down. So they'll definitely be coming out of some sort of like karmic relationship or hard lessons when you guys meet. So there's probably going to be a need for you to give them a little bit of space, because these hard lessons are definitely trying to get them to connect to their inner emotional world. And they definitely wouldn't have been able to be as open and compassionate and intimate with you if they hadn't had this kind of like major destruction and major renewal before you guys meet. So yeah, when you guys meet, they'll definitely be coming out of something, in the middle of something, or have just kind of started healing from something. So just be prepared for it to be a little bit uncertain and messy at first, but when you know, you know. Like I'm sure that you will have this kind of like inner knowing and intuition with this person when you meet them. So definitely don't worry. Just know that they're going through some things that are very important in terms of them reaching this Ace of Cups energy, being able to be truly intimate with you and ready for a connection. But I think I'm going to leave that there for everyone with Taurus placements who ended up here. It's been a pleasure reading for you. My name's Jade Wilding. Would love if you could like, comment and subscribe. But now you are ready to get part 2 of this reading. So if you would like to use the timestamp below to skip ahead to the explanation of how to get your part 2 reading for this build your own adventure, you could go ahead and do that now. And wherever you end up, I will see you there. Hi Gemini Descendant / Sagittarius risings and everyone with Gemini Jupiter and Gemini Venus placements. This is going to be your reading for Who is Your Soulmate, which is part 1 of this reading. So if you're a Sag rising and Gemini Descendant, this partnership is like fire and air, so it's like kind of leaning towards the masculine energy, but very kind of starting energy. Like it's definitely an energy of people that are gonna kind of be able to start stuff in life, and like definitely probably more intellectual and philosophical, just given that Gemini is a very communicative energy and Sagittarius is a very like philosophical energy. So you guys are probably going to be very intellectual equals, and that's definitely going to be kind of a theme of this connection. But for everyone here, regardless of whether you're a Gemini Descendant or Gemini Jupiter or Venus, Gemini partners tend to be very intellectual. They're ruled by Mercury, which is a very intellectual energy. Your person probably has either just this kind of like Gemini energy about them. They might have Gemini placements, especially in their big 3. They might be Gemini rising with Sagittarius Descendant. Like that's a really good synastry sign of a soulmate, is having opposite rising and descendant signs. And Gemini rules the Lovers card in the tarot, so a lot of the time this refers to a partner who's very conscious about wanting to communicate their reality and understand your reality through communication, like people that really want to see both sides of a story and understand different perspectives. Sometimes if this energy is a little bit immature, it can be a little bit either two-faced and not wanting to understand realities, but by the time you are attracted into this person's life, like usually by the time we're ready for these intense soulmate connections, usually there's some maturity on both sides. So I assume that they won't be in that place when you guys do actually hook up. But let's get a little bit more information about who this Gemini soulmate is. Spirit, do you have anything about this Gemini soulmate energy, please? Could you clarify this High Priestess energy? So Gemini Descendants, Jupiters and Venuses, what's interesting about these energies is the High Priestess in the Major Arcana is ruled by the Moon and the Chariot is ruled by Cancer. Now these two energies fit in the 4th house of family, home, family of origin, kind of roots and comfort. The High Priestess is a energy that refers to where we are uplifted, but also an energy of where our darknesses might be. The High Priestess kind of introduces polarity into the tarot, so it kind of begins this awakening of the conscious and unconscious, or the dark and the light, or you know, shadow and love, and like whatever, however you want to position it, the masculine and feminine energies. It really is all about polarity. Coming out in reverse, clarified by these energies though, I would say it's referring to some themes from the unconscious being very present in this connection. Like the two of you probably have to work through some family trauma stuff or inner child healing stuff together, especially with this Chariot card coming out, which is heavy Cancer energy. So the Chariot refers to kind of ways that we separate ourselves from others, also ways that we enmesh ourselves with others, and really the Chariot's about finding that balance from a place of being able to manage the shadow and light within, so that we don't become enmeshed and we don't become kind of so separate that we're like aliens to each other, that we don't know each other. So there's definitely going to be some unconscious themes come to light. You guys will probably do a lot of work, like shadow work together, definitely learning a lot about each other's past and like the way that you guys think, the way that you guys communicate. This might be a real struggle at first because you're going to be dealing with things that are so deep within the unconscious that you might not actually have language for it. Like a lot of our really, really deep wounds, like they're basically pre-verbal. Like our verbal part of our brain might not necessarily be able to express them fully, but it'll be a very dominant feeling in the body. Like there'll be it'll exist so vividly in the body, but it might struggle to exist in the verbal cortex or in the frontal cortex of the brain. It might really get kind of caught up there. So there will be some challenge with the two of you. It will take you a while to kind of get into that flow of communication, but I would say it will be important to this person with this heavy Gemini energy that you do get to that place of communication and understanding with each other. It's just likely that initially you guys will be very triggered with each other. You'll have a lot of stuff come up, a lot of inner child healing to do. There'll probably be times in this connection where you guys really want to pack it in. A soulmate connection is not an easy connection by any means. Like any real love connection that we're always in for reasons. And yeah, this person will definitely be in your life for a reason and probably to do with inner child healing and growth and connection and like establishing a much more stable and dependable connection based on like honesty and trust and feelings of love and safety and care and acceptance and self-love and things like that. So yeah, there will be some challenge there, some necessary challenge for the two of you to grow. So in this connection, you should feel definitely challenged, but also equal opportunity, definitely to grow past some of your old patterns. This Tower card, this is heavy Mars energy, and it's all about kind of destroying the old and renewing. There's actually a lot of major arcana in this spread, so I would say for a lot of you that this might be more of a twin flamey kind of connection, or just like a really, really important soulmate connection, a really intense soulmate connection that will have a lot of lessons to teach you. It'll create lots of tower moments, a lot of times where a lot of your past, especially your past patterns, are really kind of crumbling, where you're seeing how they're not serving you anymore. But this connection will offer you a kind of path to better nourishment from life and from love and from connection. The Empress in Kabbalah Tarot represents pathways and nourishment, and so these two cards coming out together often refers to like finding a new path to feel more nourished, not just like it's not a literal physical nourishment, but a lot of the time it's an emotional nourishment, especially because the Empress is ruled by Venus, which is a very loving energy. So a lot of the time it's kind of refers to more nourishment in love. The Empress a lot of the time represents more nourishment when it comes to self-love as well. She's a very self-loving card, but also just in connection. Like she's heavy, like self-love, self-connection. Because she's Venus energy as well, she rules the Two of Cups energy, which is a heavy soulmate card because it's a Cancer and Venus energy, a Venus and Cancer energy. So yeah, she also rules the Seven of Cups card, which is a Venus and Scorpio energy, which is all about turning away from toxicity and gaining clarity, finding truth, which is kind of more of that pathway energy. So the two of you would definitely like trigger each other, but like if you can find a lot of self-love, which will limit your own triggering within yourself, and if you can find a lot of love for the other person, which will like help you be a lot more objective and be less prone to story, there's a lot of potential for growth here. So we have this King of Wands energy, which right way up is a heavy kind of like masculine leader, visionary kind of energy. It is heavy Sagittarius energy, which is probably more of your rising sign energy for like a lot of you here that came for this Gemini Descendant reading. This card in reverse sometimes refers to being afraid to take risks, to really step into that King of Wands energy, because the King of Wands, like, he is not afraid to take risks. He definitely believes that the greatest hazard in life is to avoid taking risks. So in this connection, there might be a little bit of hesitancy on either side to kind of really risk it for the biscuit when it comes to this connection, especially initially. And that'll definitely be something that needs to be overcome, because pursuing this connection will definitely force a lot of old realities to crumble. But it's necessary to create space for the new realities and better realities. And probably where the hesitancy is going to come from, no matter which side it's on or if it's on both sides, is probably from kind of a place of uncertainty, of kind of not knowing how things are going to pan out. But it's, yeah, really important that you just trust. This Six of Wands energy is a feel the fear and do it anyway energy. It's a Jupiter and Leo energy, and it's really about finding your own self-confidence, really trusting in yourself to kind of have your back and be able to deal with whatever comes up, like really trusting that no matter what happens, like, you've got you. It's also about stepping outside of the comfort zone, taking your place in the spotlight, and not being afraid to shine as well. And not being afraid to go after the life that you really want. A lot of the time when we're confined by old patterns, we're essentially afraid of the life that we could have, or the life that we truly feel like we deserve on like a higher level. This Nine of Pentacles is a Venus in Virgo energy, so again, like another Empress energy. And it really asks us to act like we deserve the best in life, really pamper ourselves, especially our physical self, and make sure that we feel really loved and cared for. And especially engaging in any healing or therapy that needs to be engaged in order to allow ourselves to have that reality. A lot of the time what's keeping us from this reality is our own kind of limiting beliefs. So this connection will definitely help you move through some of those limiting beliefs, for sure. So yeah, I think this will be a really exciting connection for you guys. I'm very excited to see how this turns out for you, because there's a lot of really cool stuff happening here. But I think I'm going to leave that there for Gemini Descendants, Venuses, and Jupiters. It's been a pleasure reading for you. My name's Jade Wilding. I would love if you could like, comment, and subscribe. But you are now ready for part 2 if you're continuing on with this reading. So skipping ahead to the part 2 timestamp to get the instructions for the next part of your reading. And wherever you end up in part 2, I'll see you there very soon. Hi Cancer Descendants, Cancer Jupiters, and Cancer Venuses. So if you have a Cancer Descendant, you are likely a Capricorn Ascendant. And yeah, let's get a reading today for wherever that placement is showing up for you, and for whatever reason that you came here for, regardless of whether you chose more of a kind of general descendant reading or more of a masculine or feminine energy. We're going to find out some details about who your soulmate might be in a moment using our traditional tarot. If you have a Cancer descendant, it usually means that you're attracted to people that are very feely. And I find this like a really cool kind of ascendant descendant mix, because Capricorn's very kind of practical, hardworking, sometimes a little bit cut off from their own emotions, whereas Cancer's very feely. So I find that that's becomes a really good balance in connections, because they both have something to offer each other. And there is kind of this gentleness, given that one's an earth and one's a water sign. There's kind of this kind of like prominent kind of feminine or yeah, like watery grounded energy to the connection, which is really beautiful. But yeah, Cancer, Jupiters and Venuses, if that's who you're attracted to, probably going to be very emotional, very sensitive anyway, very in touch with their emotions, probably heavily affected by the moon cycle, because Cancer's ruled by the moon, and very like homebody, fourth house kind of energy. Like Cancer rules the fourth house of the home, so it has a lot to do with the home. But we're gonna get some more specific messages using this traditional tarot. So know that your person might have lots of Cancer placements, might be a Cancer ascendant, might like have heavy Cancerish kind of energy, or they might have other placements that just magnify this kind of like feely element to them. But yeah, let's find out more about this soulmate. Learn more about this Cancer Descendant Jupiter Venus soulmate, please. Clarify this sun energy, please. And can we clarify this Page of Cups energy? So when the Sun card comes out, usually this refers to a very abundant connection, a very fertile connection, a connection that's intended to bring each person to the highest or best version of themselves. It's like a very kind of like brightest days ahead kind of energy. If you do want kids, this is a really positive sign that you'll have them with this person. If not, it's a very positive sign that you'll have like a good kind of life, especially home life with this person. This Seven of Pentacles in reverse, this is traditionally like a heavy money and success kind of card. It's a Saturn in Taurus energy, and it's definitely an energy that asks us to face what's not working and what's kind of like opens us up to more in life. And so I would say with these cards clarifying each other that this connection will definitely open you up and ask you to explore kind of what more life has to offer. It's very likely that this person will be like, I would say a little bit more emotionally volatile when you meet them. They might be experiencing a little bit more of this Cancer shadow when you meet them. This Eight of Cups is traditionally kind of an abandonment card, so they might have some abandonment struggles themselves. They might have more of a anxious attachment style, and they might just be going through stuff. They might not necessarily be having a whole lot of trust in love at the time that you meet this person. I would say that they are a very abundant, romantic kind of lover. But I think with you, they'll definitely have to kind of put a little bit more objectivity in this connection. They'll have to kind of like go against their instincts a little bit to almost like kind of ground and center themselves a little bit more. They probably like overgave in past connections and were kind of being taken advantage of. So they're probably going to rein it in a little bit and make sure that you're contributing equally to this connection. But this kind of like going against their natural instincts will actually be really positive for this connection. You guys will actually be able to build something so much more kind of grounded in equality and so much better for yourselves, because there'll be a much bigger emphasis on equality in this connection, especially if you've also kind of been done dirty in the past. Like, you guys will be able to balance off each other a lot better because you'll be much more conscious of your own shadows and your own kind of vices. This 10 of Pentacles energy, this is a Mercury and Virgo energy, and it's all about kind of creating a firm foundation for yourself to live your best life. You can see from this little artwork here that it's also about creating a firm foundation to build like a family or fulfill any duties of care that you might have to, say, like extended family or pets or whatever. It's definitely about building something really solid. So the two of you would definitely be healing a lot. You'll be providing each other with a much better foundation than potentially what you had in your own home life, in your own family. And especially if you guys have any of these kind of patterns, especially if you're more either fearful avoidant or avoidant, because this person's likely to be very anxious. Or you can reverse that if that doesn't fit. Perhaps they'll be anxious and avoidant and you'll be anxious, avoidant and avoidant and you'll be anxious. Just take whatever message suits. There'll definitely be this emphasis on kind of creating a more secure connection in this connection though. It's likely that this connection will go against the grain a little bit. If you're more of a Capricornish rising kind of energy, or if you have a lot of kind of masculine energies in your chart, this person might be quite feminine. If you're a woman and your partner's gonna be a man, like it might just like rub people the wrong way to have kind of opposite people exhibiting opposite energies. But like that's all part of this connection. This connection kind of will go against the grain in some way, whether that's like a same-sex relationship or like potentially both of you having really balanced masculine and feminine energies, or like potentially what this person does for a living might be a little bit different, especially just clarified by this Ace of Pentacles card, which is a very kind of like practical kind of energy. There's probably going to be something about this connection that goes against the grain a little bit. This Judgment card, this is heavy Pluto energy. It's very transformative energy. And it essentially asks us to destroy anything that isn't working for us and be willing to start anew. And so if this connection does go against the grain in some way, which it probably will, it's really important that you destroy any preconceived ideas or judgments or hang-ups that you have about whatever that is. And yeah, like really work through it so that you can experience a beautiful connection and you can experience the love that you deserve. This 7 of Wands energy, this is a Mars in Leo energy, and it's about choosing your battles wisely, being willing to call upon divine protection and never let your ego motivate you, because when you're motivated by your ego, often there's no winner that can come of that situation. And so if you find yourself in this connection that goes against the grain a little bit, especially if you're more of a feminine energy and you're being called to this reading where there's potentially a more there's potentially a very feminine energy like in this like soulmate person, either as well or opposite to you, yeah, there's definitely going to be things that you guys will have to overcome. There'll be challenges for sure. This Ace of Pentacles refers to pure potential when it comes to manifesting, especially success, fortune, and just like a really good quality of life, kind of what we're talking about with this 10 of Pentacles energy. So like it'll be definitely really dependent on how you deal with this kind of going against the grain energy that will determine like how this connection goes, but it's definitely intended to grow you, to get you to new heights, essentially, when it comes to unconditional love. Like, that's what the intention of this connection is, and that's what the intention of this connection going against the grain in some ways will be. So yeah, really trust that process, really trust the divine to lead you, protect you, to show you where you're holding unhelpful beliefs, and where you need to potentially let things go, in order to have the connection that you ultimately want, and this very kind of secure connection. You won't have this secure connection unless you can let go of some preconceived ideas and judgments that you might have, and it'll be important for this person to feel safe to show up fully as themselves. So yeah, I think that's enough for now. It's been a pleasure reading for you. My name's Jade Rewilding, and if you are not continuing with your reading, I'd love if you could like, comment and subscribe. But if you are continuing to the how you'll meet them section, you can use the timestamps below to skip ahead to part 2, to get a little explainer about how to get the rest of your reading for you, Cancer, Descendants, Venuses and Jupiters. But yeah, it's been a pleasure reading for you. So whether I see you next time or I see you in the next part, thank you very much. Ciao. Hi Leo Descendants, Leo Jupiters and Leo Venuses. So we're going to get your messages for your soulmate based on these placements, whether you have a masculine soulmate, feminine soulmate, or just like general soulmate in any of these placements. Leo energies are very theatrical. People that are attracted to Leo energies tend to be attracted to very bold energies, very over the top kind of energies, also a little bit like kind of classy and things too, so that might resonate. It rules the 5th house of sex, pleasure, creativity, fun, and is ruled by the sun, which is a very vibrant, fertile kind of energy. So any of those energies might be super attractive to you. You might be attracted to people with just that, like their sun sign is super dominant part of their personality, or maybe they have a lot of placements in their 5th house of like sex and creativity, or maybe your partner will be either a Leo, sun, moon, or rising, or just have a lot of Leo energy in their chart, or something like that. Like there'll be this kind of like element of Leo-ness about them, whether that's literal Leo or it has to do with their sun or their 5th house, or there might just be this very kind of like bold spark that's created through other energies in them. But we'll get a little bit more specific about your soulmate using our traditional tarot. Spirit, can we please have messages for these Leo placements regarding their soulmate, please? Can we clarify this 3 of Pentacles energy, please? And can we also clarify this Justice card energy, please? So Leo Descendants or Venuses or Jupiters, it's very likely that the person that, like your next soulmate or your forever soulmate or whoever you're getting this reading about, is probably going to be a really, really good fit for you, a really good collaborator. You might even collaborate on things beyond the scope of a romantic relationship. Like you might work together in some way, especially because this Three of Pentacles energy, this is Mars in Capricorn, and Capricorn is obviously a very kind of like hardworking, like 10th house in the world kind of energy. And this energy in general is considered more of a collaboration energy. It's also someone who's like a fairly good planner, who has a pretty good plan of like what they're going to do and how they're going to do it, and essentially how they're going to execute it to be as kind of bold as possible. Like they're probably going to have some big moves in store when it comes to like their life, and they're probably going to want to include you in their life in some way, especially because there's more Mars energy here. Like having a lot of Mars energy a lot of the time refers to like very sexual energy. So this is a Mars in Scorpio energy, and this is like really about moving blocked prana or blocked chi that's stuck in the body. So this person's probably going to want to move through stuff. They're going to like want to physically do stuff. They're definitely not going to sit and dwell on like their problems. They're probably going to want to kind of act things out, which is heavy Leo energy, rather than maybe intellectualizing or getting lost in emotion. They might just want to like act it out and have things come into fruition. They might also, as part of this collaboration, want to share their pain and lessons that they've learned from their pain, especially about relationship. Like it seems like there's a little bit of kind of wanting to share the relationship with people more broadly, essentially wanting to put this relationship on some sort of stage, which is heavy Leo energy, to help and support others. So yeah, this person's probably going to have a bigger vision for this relationship when you guys get together than just being a romantic pair. They're probably going to want to share it in some way, whether that's like podcast, video, you know, or just like on social media or something. Like they're going to want to share this connection more broadly. This person I'm sensing is probably a very receptive energy with the Six of Cups coming out in reverse. They're probably going to want like a lot of generosity and sharing between the two of you. I think they will be able to share equally, but they're definitely going to want a lot. They're going to demand a lot in a lot of ways. This Six of Cups energy is Sun and Scorpio energy, and this is really about living in the now, wanting to kind of let go of the past and move forward, which again is like kind of this acting out energy. And then this Four of Pentacles, this is traditionally associated with security and stability. It's the Sun in Capricorn energy. And it's essentially about kind of having firm boundaries, having a set idea of what you want, and then diligently moving towards it. Definitely a very grounded movement forward though. So yeah, this person definitely wants to like physically act out stuff. Like they're probably going to want to create lots of experiences with you. They're probably going to be a very experiential being. And yeah, they're not going to necessarily like over intellectualize things or over emotionalize things. They're potentially going to have a bit to learn when it comes to relationships, especially the logistics of them. This Justice card is heavy Libra energy. A lot of the time it refers to right way up, like getting married. So they might not be ready for marriage yet, especially clarified by this Eight of Pentacles. This often refers to learning. It's traditionally kind of an education, an employment card. So they're probably going to want to kind of sort some stuff out in terms of like their like what they do to acquire wealth kind of energy, as well as just like learning, especially learning how to integrate this relationship into their life. I would say by the end of it, like this connection would definitely feel like a big wish fulfillment, but there's probably going to be just like a lot of logistics to get through on the way there for sure. This Star card is a very humanitarian wish fulfillment, honesty harvest kind of energy. It's heavy Aquarius energy. And then this 10 of Cups is a Mars in Pisces energy, which is a lot about getting in the natural flow of life, especially flowing with your own energy, and finding your own natural rhythm rather than working against it, being able to surrender, rest, be content, and especially embrace any sex cycles and things like sexual desires. Like there's just like a lot of Mars energy here, so sex is probably going to be a very important part of this connection, especially because Leo rules that part of the birth chart. So yeah, this person will definitely like want to explore that a lot, and you'll probably end up there. There just might be some challenges getting there just based on where this person will be at. They'll still have some things to learn. They might be a little bit young, a little bit naive with this Knight of Swords coming out in reverse. Like this is traditionally a very kind of naive thinker. Like they'll either be overly optimistic or overly pessimistic in some way. Like they might not necessarily grasp the reality of kind of their life and this connection maybe initially. And it will take some work. Like you guys will have to communicate a lot and be really honest with each other. And this person will have to learn how to be really honest with themselves and dig really deep within themselves. And definitely try and mature their opinions a lot so that they're going to be able to be in this connection very successfully. But I would say they're probably willing to learn, and they're definitely open to learning with all these energies that have come out. They definitely they want a lot, they want more for themselves. They're definitely going to put a lot into this connection, and you'll definitely this connection will probably feel really good for you, and it'll feel like a really good fit. You just need to go into it with a lot of kind of space for this person to learn and grow, and to grow into this relationship. You might be a little bit older than them, I'm getting, for some people, and so that's just part of the kind of age difference. Or you might just have had some life experiences that maybe matured you a little bit more. Or potentially for some of you, you're actually going to be on this person's level so much, and kind of their own naiveties will teach you about your naiveties, and so you'll mature in this relationship as well. So kind of mixed energies here. I would say for the majority of you, you'll probably be equally as naive as this person, but their naiveties are probably going to be a lot more obvious to you, so it'll be easy for you to use that mirroring to work with them. But I think I'm going to leave that there. Leo placements, I've really enjoyed reading for you. My name's Jade Rewilding. And I would love if you could like, comment, and subscribe if you're not continuing with this reading. But if you are, it's time to head to the part 2 timestamp to find out how to get the second half, or the next part of your reading, sorry. So whenever you're ready, going ahead and clicking on that part 2 timestamp to get the reading for how you'll meet your soulmate. And wherever you end up, or if I just end up seeing you again on my page soon. Until then, ciao. Hi Virgo Descendants, Virgo Jupiters, and Virgo Venuses. So regardless of whether you're here for a Virgo kind of husband energy, Virgo wifey energy, or just general Virgo partner energy, yeah, let's get some messages for you, all of you together. I'm just vibing. Okay, so if you are a Virgo descendant, then you're probably a Pisces rising, and probably a really good fit for me, because I'm a Virgo ascendant and Pisces descendant. They're really good matches for each other. That's definitely heavy soulmate energy when that happens. But for anyone with any of these Virgo placements, it usually means that your partner is going to be quite logical, analytical. They're probably going to work really hard, care about their lifestyle a lot. Usually Virgos end up having a really good routine towards the end of their life anyway, if not early on. Virgos also considered kind of critical energies, but a lot of the time it's critical ways of expressing needs that need to be met. Virgo's heavy into making sure that everyone's needs are met in a connection, so it's definitely a good energy to have as a descendant or partner energy, because even if they don't communicate it well, they're usually going to bring things to your attention that need to be communicated, needs that need to be like negotiated and met in some way, to essentially preserve the connection. So this person, because it's Mercury ruled, is likely to communicate a lot, and be able to kind of think very logically and pick apart things that aren't working and bring it to your attention, and yeah, bring things to be like seen or healed or accepted or negotiated in some way. They'll definitely bring some stuff up, but it can be very advantageous when you know how to work with this energy. Yeah, Virgo partners are very detail orientated. They work really hard. They're definitely good to have as a partner. Like, speaking from a Virgo rising, but yeah, like they do make good matches for people if you can kind of let them do all of those things and you know how to kind of be open to those energies. But we're gonna get some more specifics about this soulmate connection using our traditional tarot. So Spirit, for these Virgo placements, do you have any messages about their soulmate? Do you have messages about these Virgo placements soulmate, please? This is funny because Virgo rules the Hermit card, so I'm not at all surprised. This person's probably going to have some sort of heavy Virgo energy. There might be a Virgo sun, moon, or rising, or have a lot of personal planets in Virgo, maybe a Virgo stellium, or maybe they might have a lot of placements in the 6th house, which is ruled by Virgo, or they might just have very dominant Mercury energy in their chart. So Mercury... like all of our planets can have different kind of strengths in our chart depending on the aspects, but yeah, it seems like this person will probably have heavy Mercury energy. Can we clarify this High Priestess energy, please? Okay, so this person is probably going to be really into shadow work. I'm hearing for some of you, they're probably going to take that too far and kind of forget to live sometimes. Virgos are definitely prone to that, kind of doing too much shadow work and forgetting to kind of like live and enjoy themselves and allow themselves to feel like fun and pleasure. A lot of the time they can definitely get into the all work no play kind of energy. And this person's probably going to be just like very methodical, very well thought out, very kind of slow and steady wins the race, I would say. The Hermit card is, yeah, like very diligently doing the work and definitely being willing to show up to any obligations or any kind of necessities in a relationship. If there's something that is necessary to keep the relationship going, this person will definitely do that. I'm definitely getting from the King of Wands in reverse, the shadow of this energy can sometimes be someone who's a little bit stubborn or prone to stubbornness, and can sometimes think that it's their way or the highway. Clarified by this Hermit card coming out, I would say that they're going to be in this kind of perspective, mostly from a place of like being very familiar with shadow work, like having gone so deep into their own shadow work that they're just so familiar. They potentially have gone more deeper into shadow work than other people, and so because of that they might be under the illusion that other people's perspectives maybe don't matter as much or aren't as valid, because the other person might not be taking into consideration all of this shadow work that this person has done. So just be mindful of this person being overly dismissive in any way, or stubborn, or not willing to see other people's point of views, especially initially. But this person will definitely help you with shadow work. Like they're gonna be able to show you some stuff, and they're probably gonna be able to understand their own shadow fairly well. But they'll definitely, like, I would say from these energies coming out together that they might sometimes get stuck in shadow work where they're almost re-traumatizing themselves, where they're not actually getting anywhere, where they're going on endless loops, and that can create this kind of tendency to try and control situations because you're just like kind of endlessly triggered. So that's like something to be mindful of if they do start coming out with this very kind of controlling energy, that it's probably coming from a place of them like almost traumatizing themselves too much, and yeah, like forgetting to like live and enjoy life, and to give themselves some downtime for all this like kind of inner work. This King of Wands energy, this is heavy Sag energy, and it really encourages to take risks in life, and really encourages us to kind of like live on the edge. And this card coming out in reverse, I would say this person's probably plays it a little too safe, and like are probably way more comfortable with the vulnerability of like kind of dark shadow work than they are with the vulnerability of like joy and play and exploration and like doing things that they're passionate about. So that's something definitely to be super mindful of with this person. Yeah, they're probably like kind of prone to the darkness, I would say, especially with this High Priestess card coming out in reverse. This High Priestess energy has a lot to do with the unconscious, and when it comes out in reverse, it can often refer to things in the shadow. So yeah, this is heavy, like lots of shadow energy here. So they might even like be a little bit kind of either dark or witchy or kind of brooding when you meet them. Very much potentially in their head too, because this Ace of Cups a lot of the time can refer to someone who's maybe too much in their head, not enough in their heart, definitely not enough in the moment, and definitely yeah, kind of struggles with emotional intimacy because they're trying to intellectualize everything. So yeah, this person will definitely come like with a few vices to be aware of that you'll need to kind of get over in order to really enjoy the fruits of the labor in this connection. There'll be a lot of necessity for you guys to like learn how to communicate really clearly, and be able to share each other's point of view. It'll be really important that you kind of like get that underway as soon as possible. And you'll also really be kind of asking this person to be kind of way more connected to their sexual self as well with this 10 of Cups coming out in reverse. This is Mars in Pisces energy, and it is an energy of trying to get us to really go with the natural ebb and flow of life and our natural rhythms, especially honoring our like sex drive cycles, surrender to life, be content, embrace all things kind of like vibey, emotional, intuitive like that. So yeah, like this person will definitely like kind of call on you for that energy. And yeah, the two of you will have to kind of like figure out how to get into that joy and play, and potentially figure out how to do some sex magic stuff, because this Page of Pentacles is a heavy kind of like learning to manifest energy, and just clarified by these energies, I would say that you guys will have to like really connect, and really get on the same page with some stuff and learn how to manifest together, and maybe bring some more joy into this person's life so they can manifest from a place of joy and not necessarily always manifesting from the shadow, because yeah, that kind of gets old. So I would say for this person, you're going to end up being kind of a breath of fresh air for most of you with this person. They're definitely like erring towards the very logical, practical side, and I think you're definitely going to bring some life into this person, but I think this person will definitely bring a lot to you as well. Yeah, especially if you feel like you'd like a little bit more mirroring, a little bit more shadow work. Yeah, this person's definitely going to be able to meet you there with that, which is nice. It's nice for you to be able to have that. But I think I'm going to leave that here. If you're continuing with this video, you can click on the part 2 timestamp where I tell you how to get your part 2 reading for this reading. But it has been a pleasure reading for you, whether you're continuing with your reading or not. My name's Jade Wilding, and I would love if you could like, comment, and subscribe. And regardless of whether I see you in another video or I see you in part 2, thank you very much for watching, and see you there. Hi Libra, Descendants, Jupiter placements and Venus placements. If you're here, this reading is probably for you, but take what resonates, leave what doesn't. And if at any time you feel like you might have selected the wrong reading, you can always go back to the part 1 timestamp and get a different reading based on a placement that might feel more vibey for you. But if you're a Libra Descendant, you're probably an Aries rising. So Aries is obviously a fire sign, Libra is obviously an air sign, so air and fire kind of go together in terms of like fueling each other. Yeah, so it's definitely a very interesting opposition. Aries is very me energy, Libra is very we energy, so it's very likely that when you guys are in connection, you're going to be a little bit more self-focused and your person's going to be a little bit more connection focused. Even if you're not an Aries rising, if you have Libra in either of these placements, your person's probably going to be very we focused. Like this person's probably going to care a lot about this connection and preserving this connection. So for your person, they might either be a Libra rising, have heavy Libra energy in their sun, moon, or rising signs. They might also have just like heavy energies in their 7th house of partnerships, which kind of gives someone a Libra-ish kind of energy to them. They potentially could have either a Libra stellium or a 7th house stellium, or they could have like lots of positive aspects to their Venus sign because Venus rules Libra. And so Venus is obviously very comfortable in Libra, and if there's a lot of positive aspects to Venus, no matter where the Venus placement is in a person's chart, it can definitely, that's just my computer restarting. If there's lots of positive aspects to the Venus placement in your person's chart, like that'll give them kind of this Libra-ish, Venus-y kind of energy to them. But yeah, let's go ahead and find out from the tarot any more messages about your soulmate. We have messages about these Libra placements. Soulmate, please. We have messages. We have messages about these Libra placements. Soulmate. Could please clarify this 4 of Cups energy? Clarify this Hierophant energy, please. So, Libra placements, this Hierophant card traditionally talks about ritual, tradition. Often it refers to kind of the traditions of moving through a connection, like dating traditions, moving in rituals, engagement rituals, marriage rituals. So this person's probably going to really enjoy all of the like rituals of life, and they're probably going to want to do them like fairly traditionally. There's definitely a very kind of like deep emotional aspect to this person. The King of Cups usually refers to someone who's very supportive, very empathetic, also kind of a little bit dreamy and a little bit spiritual, kind of woo-woo, and probably respects a lot of these more spiritual aspects of the tradition rather than the mundane kind of mechanical aspects of them. So they're definitely not going to want to do these traditions in a way of kind of like how they're presented typically in society. They're going to want to do these traditions in a way that feels really kind of like spiritually nourishing and just like really nice to the soul. This King of Cups energy is heavily kind of associated with Pisces energy. It usually refers to people that like at their best are emotionally available and supportive and empathetic. Sometimes at their worst though, it can refer to people that may struggle with mental health issues, especially depression, and people who really thrive on things like talk therapy and just like talking to people in general and connecting with people in order to kind of maintain their mental health. So this person's definitely probably gonna like not ask a lot from you, but just like that's going to be a dominant theme of your connection, is definitely understanding any mental health stuff that they have going on, knowing that a lot of those things definitely have their positives in terms of them being a deep thinker, deep feeler and things like that, but also knowing how to be there for that person is going to be really important. This 10 of Wands, this is Saturn and Sagittarius energy, and it's really about letting go of any old patterns that are burning you, showing you things that need to be healed, and having a really kind of focused, determined, open kind of energy. And all of these things are probably going to be really important to this connection. It's going to be important that you go in really open and kind of ready to see this person and see how they kind of move through life. Yeah, they're definitely going to be a lot, I would say softer and gentler, much more into kind of romantic stuff. This Ace of Cups is a very intimate, compassionate kind of energy. They're probably going to be like kind of overflowing with all of this kind of love energy. But I would say they might not necessarily... yeah, they might be like a little bit kind of out of the loop when it comes to kind of like normal, like gossipy kind of culture. Like they definitely want to do things their own way. They definitely don't want to entertain kind of trivial matters and mundane things. Definitely not kind of low order opinions. They're going to have this very spiritual aspect of themselves. They want to talk about deep stuff, and yeah, they might not necessarily like superficial things. But yeah, this person probably will have this kind of like element of feeling unfulfilled in some way. Definitely they'll be going through some stuff. This Judgment card is Pluto energy, and it really asks us to destroy anything that isn't serving us, lest we get consumed by demons that no longer need to be in our lives. So yeah, this person will probably be going through it. The Seven of Wands is kind of a battle energy. It's a Mars and Leo energy, so they're probably going to be battling some stuff, potentially battling their own demons, mental health stuff, when you guys meet, or just like through your relationship. So it'll be super important that you're kind of like open to their stuff and their struggles, and that you can really be there for them, because I think for you they're going to be a really beautiful support and container. But yeah, they'll definitely require a lot from you as well. So it'll definitely be one of those relationships where there's, yeah, just like so much good that can be had, but definitely so many lessons that will be learned through some of the more challenging aspects of this connection. And yeah, I think this person definitely will probably be very into kind of spirituality, very connected to the divine. A lot of the time the Seven of Wands refers to kind of choosing battles based on divine protection or intervention or guidance. So yeah, this person's definitely going to be really trusting of the divine and moving through life in a very kind of heart first kind of way. They seem like a bit of a heart on their sleeve kind of person. And yeah, they definitely have some of the shadow side that comes with that, but yeah, I think they'd be a good partner if they have someone with them that they can trust. But I'm going to leave this here. It's been a pleasure reading for you. My name is Jade Rewilding. If you're continuing with this video, you can head to the part 2 timestamp where I'll explain how to get the next part of your reading. But if this is where you are leaving us, that is so fine. It's been a pleasure reading for you. My name is Jade Rewilding, and I would love if you could like, comment, and subscribe. And regardless of whether I see you on another video or I see you in the next part, ciao. Hi Scorpio, Descendants, Jupiter placements and Venus placements. Regardless if you came here for more of a general soulmate reading or a masculine energy or feminine energy soulmate reading, we're going to get some messages for you regarding your soulmate. Anything spirit kind of wants you to know about them right now. So if you're a Scorpio Descendant, you're probably a Taurus rising. I mean, you're definitely a Taurus rising. So yeah, this is a very interesting dynamic between kind of like a more fixed watery energy and more of a fixed earth energy. So yeah, you might fit well with someone who has the opposite placements to you. So someone who's a Scorpio ascendant and a Taurus descendant. Usually that works well. Or for any of these placements, you might find that your person either has a lot of Scorpio placements, especially their sun, moon, or rising, or they have a lot of energies in the 8th house, potentially like a stellium, or just like a lot of really personal planets in the 8th house, which give off heavy Scorpio energy. Or because Scorpio is ruled by Mars and Pluto, their chart might have a lot of aspects to Mars and Pluto, especially positive ones, to give them a very kind of like Scorpio dominant kind of energy. Or they might just be like super powerful. Like that's very common when it comes to Scorpio energies. Yeah, but let's get more specific using our traditional tarot. Spirit, could we please have messages for these Scorpio placements regarding their soulmate? Could we please have messages for these Scorpio placements regarding their soulmate? Could we please have messages for these Scorpio placements regarding their soulmate? Could we please have messages for these Scorpio placements regarding their soulmate? Clarify this Two of Wands energy. Clarify this Ten of Cups energy. And could we clarify this Temperance energy, please? So you might find that your person is a little bit out of balance, especially when you meet them, when it comes to kind of work and play. This Four of Swords is traditionally a rest and renewal card, and the Temperance is a very balanced energy right way up. So this person's probably going to be essentially like working too hard. When you meet them, they're going to be a very hard worker in their whole life anyway. But yeah, they might be, when you meet them, a little bit out of balance with this. They might not know how to rest as much as they play. I would say a lot of their work though is definitely around bettering themselves. The Temperance card is ruled by Sagittarius, which is a very philosophical, traveling, higher education, kind of spiritual development energy, especially spiritual lessons. So yeah, this person's probably going to be pretty into all of that stuff. They might be into, yeah, just like any spiritual personal development stuff. So maybe like yoga or like even astrology or tarot or something like that. Like things that better them as a individual. They might be well traveled, they might have like a few degrees, but yeah, they've probably worked really hard in their life. But I would say that they're probably either now or when you meet or just after you meet discovering ways that they kind of shoot themselves in the foot, maybe like distract themselves from like their own stuff through kind of keeping themselves busy. This Five of Swords is kind of traditionally a loneliness and solitude card. So I would say that they're definitely not super comfortable being on their own, being in their own energy. This work, like constantly working on themselves energy, might come from a place of like maybe not feeling like they're enough as they are. Like, so they're always kind of striving to be something more because they think who they are is maybe not enough. This Five of Swords energy, this is a Venus in Aquarius energy, and it definitely asks us to heal by cutting losses and moving on. Like, I think when you guys meet, or just before or just after, they'll realize that kind of like all this work that they've been doing is not really getting them anywhere. Like, if it was going to work, it would have worked already. So they're going to have to kind of like figure out a new way of like dealing with how they're feeling. And definitely they're going to have to walk away from their own toxicity. Also, any toxic relationships they might have that kind of fuel this not enough feeling. They'll kind of realize that some people aren't serving them and just making this worse. And definitely, like, I would hope, and I'm kind of getting the vibe that you'll definitely offer them kind of maybe some of that, like you're enough the way that you are. Like, you don't need to be more or do more to be enough for me. And I would say for this person, it's going to be very reassuring. This Two of Wands in reverse, this is the Sun in Aries energy, and it's an energy that really asks us to like trust ourselves, especially trusting our own lead, and being able to embrace equal giving and receiving in connections. Like, some of this not enoughness might come from a place of like them potentially putting others on pedestals and thinking like they can't contribute enough, and so potentially in connection with you, this will balance out for them a little bit. They'll realize that what they have to offer is enough, and actually it was kind of being around toxic people that made them feel like that wasn't the case. But yeah, I would say the two of you in this connection will have a really beautiful connection. This Ten of Cups is like kind of happiness, alignment, wish fulfillment energy. It's a Mars in Pisces energy as well, so it definitely has this kind of like sexual and spiritual kind of connotation to it. It's a card that really gets us to find our own flow in life, our own kind of natural rhythm, working with our own working with our natural energy, and also working with the natural flow of life, like the natural ebb and flow of Mother Nature's energies. It's definitely a card of like kind of ultimate surrender to the divine, resting, being content, and embracing like all of the good that life has to offer, and especially embracing like our sex drive cycles and like sexual connections. And so probably a good deal of this person like learning how to be able to rest and balance a lot more will be based on the connection that they feel with you, this kind of passion that exists within this connection, and that might take a little while to develop. With this Queen of Wands coming out in reverse, like her right way up is a very passionate, courageous kind of energy, but I would say from her coming out in reverse that you might need to kind of slowly draw it out of this person. They might not be super comfortable with that vulnerability straight away, but they'll definitely like open themselves up to you and get better. And the more that they find this alignment and happiness and like embracing the flow of life and things, like the more they'll want to open up and share their like kind of passion and excitement. And likely with these two energies coming out, like you guys will end up practicing maybe some sex magic. Like the Queen of Wands is traditionally a very witchy card because she's both Aries and Pisces energy. So she's basically the beginning and ending of the zodiac, and she's very powerful, very witchy. So these cards coming out, like there's probably a good chance that you guys will end up doing some sex magic things, And yeah, I would say like definitely going to manifest some cool stuff together. But yeah, I think this will be like a really cute connection. Like I definitely vibe with this. Obviously they have stuff that they're going to work on, but yeah, as long as you can be there for them with all this work, like I think it could definitely be a really beautiful connection. But I think I'm going to leave this here. If you're continuing on to the next part of this video, you can just head to the part 2 timestamp, where I will explain to you how to get your next part of your reading for your little builder reading. And if this is where you're leaving us, thanks so much for watching. My name's Jade Wilding. It's been a pleasure reading for you, and I would love if you can like, comment and subscribe. And yeah, see you wherever I see you, whether that's in part 2 or in my next video. Ciao. Hi Sagittarius descendants, Jupiter placements and Venus placements. So if you are here, take what resonates, leave what doesn't. If you feel like you might be in the wrong place, you can always go back to the part 1 explainer and choose a different reading out of your Descendant, Jupiter or Venus placement. But yeah, if you're here and you have a Sagittarius Descendant, Gemini rising, these energies are obviously fire and air. Air and fire go together really well. They fuel each other a lot. Both energies are kind of like more on the masculine side, but it really depends on the rest of your chart as to who has masculine and feminine energy, or like androgynous, ambiguous, mixed kind of energies. Sagittarius and Gemini get along really well because they're both very philosophical, thoughtful energies. So if you have a lot of Gemini energy and or are a Gemini ascendant, like you'll get along with your person in an intellectual way, most likely. So your person, regardless of what placement brought you here, probably has heavy Sagittarius energy. This might be a Sagittarius ascendant or Sagittarius, heavy Sagittarius energy, especially in sun, moon or rising or other personal planets, placement, sorry. Or they might just have a lot of 9th house energy, because Sagittarius rules the 9th house. Like having a lot of energy in that chart tends to give someone a Sagittarian kind of flavor. Or because Jupiter rules Sagittarius, your person might have a lot of positive aspects with their Jupiter placement. Their Jupiter placement might be a very dominant energy in their chart, giving them this kind of Sagittarian flavor to them. So regardless of what placement brought you here, we're going to get some channeled messages regarding your soulmate connection using our traditional tarot. So yeah, let's get into it. Spirit, could we please have messages for the Sagittarius placements regarding this soulmate connection, please? Could you clarify this King of Swords energy, please? A lot of reversals. Okay, so your person is probably going to be like super intelligent, probably super empowered as well. They might move with their heart more so than their head with this Emperor energy coming out in reverse. Like the Emperor traditionally is heavy Aries, kind of vision and reasoning energy, but sometimes when it comes out in reverse, it's someone who's kind of listening more to their heart than their head, but it's still kind of like got this like emperor-y kind of flavor to it. Like it's a very intentional moving. It's just not necessarily moving the way that we would normally consider the Emperor energy to move, like not necessarily so logical, especially these two energies clarifying each other. The King of Swords is very intelligent energy, very air kind of energy. But yeah, it seems like your person has some sort of other flavor about them, maybe a little bit more grounded than Emperor energy, like maybe a little bit more willing to listen to their emotions, and also a little bit more kind of, yeah, grounded in, yeah, like more reality, less in their head in some way. The Devil card often refers to experience and knowledge. It's heavy Capricorn energy. So this person definitely wants to experience a lot in life. And I would say a lot of the reason why they move with their heart and not so much their head is because I don't think they actually trust their intellect. Like I'm getting that they're a very well-read, worldly kind of person, but for whatever reason, they don't put full trust in that intelligence. They really want to yeah, there's some sort of vibe about them that feels like they need to learn more before they can really trust their intelligence. Perhaps they have some kind of baggage that makes them feel like they're not smart enough or intelligent enough or good enough in that way. So yeah, there's kind of like this element of like, yeah, a little bit of self-doubt almost. This Seven of Cups energy, this is Venus in Scorpio energy, and this is a energy that asks us to kind of open our mind, especially keeping it really clear, especially if we've got any kind of toxicity blocking our perception, which it seems like this person does. Like they do seem to be under some sort of illusion that they're like, yeah, not as good as what they actually are in some way. The Seven of Cups is traditionally about imagination and illusion. So yeah, I'd say they're under some sort of illusion, potentially as to what they can contribute. Like maybe they don't see themselves as contributing as much to others as what others contribute to them. There's definitely some kind of baggage that this person needs to move through. They are actually very empowered, powerful, clear. Like they do actually think really well, but there's just some sort of block with them in terms of actually trusting that. And yeah, like there's kind of like this lack of self-validation almost. Spirit, do you have anything else about these soulmates? Okay, so it's very likely that the two of you will get married at some point. Before you guys do though, I don't think this person yeah, I think this person might not fully give themselves to this connection initially, and I think this connection will kind of like start something and then kind of end when this person kind of realizes work that they need to do. And so there'll definitely be this vibe of this kind of marriage potential, but definitely initially it might feel like it's not going to happen because this person definitely has work to do. But then I think this person, because of how they feel and because they're going to feel kind of like divinely inspired to essentially finish what they started, that they're essentially going to do their work to uncover any unconscious beliefs that they might be holding, especially negative ones about themselves, so that they can kind of see with a bit more clarity, or at least just trust the clarity that they're already seeing situations with. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some bumps in the road in terms of like actually kind of getting this connection to kind of see itself to the end, so to speak. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a struggle there, but yeah, it's more because this person will just not be entirely done doing their work when you guys meet, and so they'll need like a little bit of time and space to yeah, kind of see things for what they really are, and to stop seeing things through their own kind of warped perception of things, and for them to really trust themselves, and for them to trust what they have to offer in a connection. That was like a pretty simple one. I feel like that's all that needs to be said about this connection. If you're continuing with your reading, you can click on the part 2 timestamp where I explain how to get the next part of your reading. If this is where you're leaving us, thanks so much for watching. My name's Jade Wilding. It's been a pleasure reading for you. I would love if you could like, comment and subscribe. And regardless of whether I see you in part 2 or in my next video, thanks for watching and ciao. Hi Capricorn Descendants, Jupiter placements and Venus placements. Regardless of whether you're here for more of a general soulmate energy reading or more of a masculine or feminine soulmate reading, take what resonates, leave what doesn't, and apply your own kind of twist to it as your intuition decides is necessary. If you're a Capricorn descendant, you're likely a Cancer ascendant. So yeah, this is a very interesting mix where you've got like one very practical, stable, hardworking kind of end, which is more of this descendant energy for you. And then you've got a Cancerian, very feely, like homebody kind of energy. So for your person, they might be a Capricorn rising. They might have a lot of Capricorn energy in their sun, moon or rising, or their like kind of personal planets. Also what can give people a kind of Capricornish energy, which is the energy of your soulmate, is they might have lots of planets in the 10th house, which is ruled by Capricorn, which gives their kind of energy this very Capricornish kind of flavor to it, or because Saturn rules Capricorn, your person might have a lot of positive aspects to Saturn, or just a really pronounced Saturn energy in their chart. Like our different planets have different kind of strengths in a chart based on kind of the aspects that are being made and what time you're born. Different planets are stronger at different times and with different aspects. So yeah, your person might have like heavy Saturnian 10th house or Capricorn energy. They might even have a stellium in any of those kind of flavors. But yeah, someone who's Capricornish is very hardworking. It's an earth sign, very practical, usually very successful as well. Sometimes Capricorns don't see success as early in life, but definitely their hard work pays off later in life if it doesn't. Very interesting energy. I think they definitely want to contribute to the greater good a lot. I don't think they care that much about personal accolades as much as they care about kind of just getting things done and getting things done well. So yeah, they're definitely a good energy to be around. But let's get some more info about this soulmate connection using our traditional tarot. We get messages about these Capricorn energies. We get messages about these Capricorn energies, please. Okay, so what's interesting, especially if you're here for the Capricorn Descendant energy, is that these two cards correspond with Cancer energy very heavily. So regardless of whether you're a Cancer rising or not, likely there's a Cancerian element to your energy, which makes this person your soulmate. And yeah, they're definitely going to be a very opposite energy to you, regardless of whether you're very Cancerian or not, with these two energies coming out in reverse. They're definitely going to value hard work. They're definitely going to value education, like learning, bettering themselves. They're going to value intellectual endeavors, and probably kind of connecting, socializing, networking a lot to kind of fuel their success. This Eight of Wands is a Mercury and Sagittarius energy, so it has that element of kind of philosophical, spiritual development, as well as intellectualizing and conversing. So yeah, they're definitely going to be very into kind of their work probably, and bettering themselves, and connecting with others. Definitely heavy networking energy. This card does usually refer to someone who's good at expressing their truth, and also fairly good at slowing down and taking things as it needs to be taken. Kind of someone who's willing to play the long game and not necessarily rush things. Yeah, this person definitely will just like play things super slow and smart. But this person's really good at manifesting things, really good at kind of almost living their dream life. This is a Mercury and Virgo energy, and this is all about kind of everything manifesting, especially finances and wealth, but success in like lifestyle, career, things like that. You can see from this artwork that there's obviously a child in it, and this refers to providing a really firm foundation for future generations, being able to fulfill duties, and getting rid of any kind of poverty mindsets, or any kind of like curses of pain that need to be healed in a relationship. Yeah, I would say this person maybe isn't that in touch to the feeling side of that element of getting rid of kind of traumas, but I think that you'll bring that energy into them just based on these energies being very Cancerian and them coming out in reverse. Like there's an element of you definitely having to come in and kind of contribute to this person's willingness to kind of feel the feelings, to kind of let go of control of life and really explore their inner emotional world, which they might not necessarily like to do that much. But I think they're going to, once they feel really comfortable and safe with you in doing that, they're definitely going to see how much better their life becomes by being willing to explore their dark side. And so, yeah, they'll definitely be more willing to go to this place the more you kind of take them there. It just will take some adjusting for them. I would say that they won't adjust to it super well with this Emperor card coming out. This is heavy Aries energy. It's someone who's like a bit of a visionary, good at reasoning, and can probably get there from an intellectual place, but it's not necessarily someone who can get there from an emotional place, at least not straight away. It'll just take them some time. And they will definitely need to be opened up to their emotional world with this 10 of Cups coming out. This is Mars in Pisces energy, and it's really about trying to learn about the natural ebb and flow of life, the ebb and flow of emotions, relationships, sex drive, like all of that sort of stuff. So it'll take them some time, but they'll definitely get there, and the two of you will feel a lot more happiness and alignment based on what the two of you are contributing to the connection. And yeah, I think any kind of lack or fear that you guys might have within yourself, I think the other person will be able to contribute almost in a way that like you each feel like you don't have to do everything anymore, because you've got another person who can almost balance you out. So yeah, I think that'll be super nice about this connection. But I think I'm going to leave that there. I think that's enough. If you're moving on to the second part of this reading, you can head to the part 2 timestamp to learn how to choose your next part of your reading. But if you're leaving us here, thank you so much for watching. My name's Jade Rewilding. It's been a pleasure reading for you. And I would love if you can like, comment, and subscribe. But regardless of whether I'm seeing you in part 2 or seeing you in my next video, thanks for watching. Ciao. Hi Aquarius, Descendants, Jupiter placements and Venus placements. This is your reading for who is your soulmate. So if you're here and you're an Aquarius descendant, then you are a, why am I forgetting what comes? Leo. Mental blank. Then you are a Leo ascendant. And this mix, this is definitely an interesting mix. This is air and fire, these sister signs. And they're both very unique, but I would say Leo's kind of more of an energy of wanting to be in the spotlight, wanting to be more, I would say, theatrical and wanting to kind of please people more, whereas Aquarius is unique from a place of like honoring their own inner genius without really caring what other people think. Like Leo's very much takes into consideration what other people think. So I would say this person, regardless of whether you're a Leo rising or not, is going to be very willing to go against the grain, willing to do things differently, show up to life differently. They might have a lot of Aquarius placements. They might be an Aquarius rising or have either an Aquarius stellium or 11th house stellium, or like have a lot of aspects to Saturn and or Uranus, because when those are very dominant planets in our chart, like that can give someone a very kind of Aquarian energy to them. And definitely, yeah, someone who's kind of knows what they came here to do and is doing it. They're not generally the type of person who takes a long time to kind of figure out their purpose and figure out how they want to interact with and communicate with people. There's a good chance this person is on social media. Aquarius rules the 11th house of groups and social media. And yeah, Aquarians tend to have like such a unique kind of flavor about them that they can do really well on social platforms if they choose to use them. A lot of them don't, but you know, that's their prerogative. But we'll get a little bit more specific about the messages about this soulmate energy for you using this traditional tarot. Spirit, could we please have funny because this is literally Aquarius energy. Any more messages about this soulmate, please? So this person will definitely have a very Aquarian flavor to them with this star card coming out, which is ruled by Aquarius. It also usually refers to someone who's very honest and who puts in a lot of work and reaps a lot of the reward from their work, whatever kind of work they're doing. So they're usually like successful in what it is that they do, and it's not necessarily tied with career. It's more just like any endeavors, especially endeavors to do with connecting with other people and caring about other people. So they're probably really good at communication in relationships and like sorting out conflict, getting to know people on deeper levels and all that sort of stuff. Like that's heavy star energy. They are probably really good at whatever they do, but there's probably going to be an element of kind of withholding and brooding about them with this Six of Pentacles and Nine of Swords coming out. This Six of Pentacles can refer to someone who's a little bit closed off. They're not necessarily super open. I would say what this person chooses to share, they choose to share 100% honestly, but there's going to be things that this person like just chooses not to share. And I don't think it's coming from like a malicious place. It's just coming from a place of like this person really valuing like at least some of their own privacy, and wanting to really kind of contain some of their energy so that it's just theirs. This Six of Pentacles energy in reverse, this is Taurus moon energy. So Taurus moon energy is usually very aesthetic, giving, generous, like it's just like really enjoying the finer things in life. So I'd say this coming out in reverse is this person like kind of enjoys those things to a degree, but there's, I would say, like this kind of humility about them. Like they're definitely not over the top in a way that maybe a Taurus kind of energy person would be. They probably like a few nice things, but they can kind of live with the bare basics, and they would never want either like their family to go without, but also they don't want like a negative impact on the world. Like they're probably going to be super mindful of the effects of kind of like capitalism and people being underpaid to produce goods, and they're probably going to want to like source things really ethically and things like that. This is a very humanitarian kind of energy. So yeah, they will kind of want nice things, but definitely not at the expense of anyone else. But yeah, they're going to have definitely some kind of brooding energy with this Nine of Swords coming out. This is traditionally like a energy that refers to someone who is prone to like things like depression and anxiety. It's a Mars in Gemini energy. And usually when it comes out right way up though, it does refer to someone who is going to be able to face the source of any fears and anxieties, and be able to stop self-destructive patterns or overly identifying with the emotion behind these anxious and depressed like thoughts and behaviors. When it comes out in reverse, a lot of the time it's someone who's a little bit more like destructive with those energies, but when it comes out upright, it's usually someone who's fairly constructive with those energies. Like they know that the anxiety and depression is usually triggered for a reason, and usually it has something to do with like living out of alignment, or causing harm to others, or causing harm to the self, or not living as deeply or loving as deeply as possible, or having some sort of like ego block or like prana block or something. They're good at basically identifying where the kind of low emotions are coming from and knowing how to productively work with them, to kind of like, even though they feel those feelings, to make it more constructive so that they can actually positively impact their life. And that's not to say this person's going to want to necessarily stop feeling those things, because it came out with the Nine of Cups in reverse. Like their intention is not to try and stop feeling those feelings. Their intention is to try and use how they're feeling for the greater good, like to do some good for themselves and others based on how they're feeling, not necessarily to make the feeling stop. This Nine of Cups energy, this is Jupiter and Pisces energy. And this energy, when it comes out in reverse, it's really asking us to be grateful for what we have. So I would say this person will have a lot of gratitude for what they have, but I'm getting from it coming out in reverse, with clarified by this energy, that they're not really going to try and change anything. They're going to be happy to kind of leave things as they are and kind of be this like a little bit broody, sometimes challenging energy, but instead of like trying to change that about them, just like use that energy really constructively in the world, to try and change things. I would say that this person will probably be fairly intuitive and fairly practical, or the two of you in partnership will have this kind of half intuitive, half practical kind of energy. What's interesting is that Aquarius is obviously an air sign, For the people who came here for an Aquarius Descendant reading, you're probably, well, you are Leo rising. So you've got air and fire, and then this is earth and cup. So I'm kind of getting a very well-rounded energy from this connection. Like there's kind of space for everything. There's a lot of space for like the material world, like success in career and success in like lifestyle, and success in like essentially building what it is that you want and what makes you feel good, as well as like space for a lot of connection in this relationship, a lot of care, a lot of maybe either romance or just like compassion for each other. So yeah, it feels like it's a very well-rounded relationship. Probably one or both of you will have some earthy or watery placements to help balance out some of the dominant energies in this connection. But yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of potential here for a really beautiful connection. I don't know, like I get a good vibe from this person. I think they'd be fun to be in a long-term connection with, and I think there would be a lot to learn from this person, especially in regards to these energies here and just like their kind of more humanitarian tendencies. Like I think that would be really interesting. But I think I'm going to leave this here. Aquarius Descendants, Jupiters and Venuses. It's been a pleasure reading for you. If you're continuing on, you can go to part 2 to get the second bit of your reading using the timestamp below. Or if you're leaving us here, thank you so much for watching. My name's Jade Wilding. It's been a pleasure reading for you. I would love if you could like, comment and subscribe. And whether I'm seeing you in the next video or seeing you in the next part, thanks. Ciao. Hi Pisces descendants, Jupiter placements and Venus placements. If you're a Pisces descendant, you're probably Virgo rising like me. Not probably, you are. But yeah, regardless of whether you're here getting a descendant reading, a Jupiter reading or a Venus reading, we're going to get some messages regarding your soulmate. So who Spirit wants you to end up with. If you've got this Pisces placement, you're probably looking for a relationship that's kind of a little bit spiritual, dreamy things, and a relationship that can reveal things from your unconscious to you. So probably something that's fairly mirroring and triggering. TBH, Pisces rules the 12th house of the unconscious, and all the ways that we've conditioned ourselves to escape, and any like collective conditioning, anything from the collective unconscious that we're like playing out and here to heal in this life. So it's very likely this will be a very spiritual connection between the two of you. And yeah, you're looking for someone kind of a bit more dreamy, spiritual, probably someone with a good imagination. And yeah, someone who wants to do a lot of healing and someone who's fairly spiritual. I was going to say something else, but I've just mentally blanked. But we'll get some more specific. Oops. Messages using our traditional tarot. We have messages for these Pisces placements. So this Hierophant and Four of Wands energy, these are both heavy marriage energies. I would say that they came out in reverse, more to do with the actual kind of celebration and tradition aspects. You're probably looking for a relationship that's a bit untraditional, a bit like deliberately going against the grain in some way. You'll probably have some sort of like very intimate long-term connection with this person where it'll be very spiritual in nature, where you guys will like grow and transform together, but there will be like this kind of essence of doing things differently. Like potentially you'll be in more of either an open relationship, or you'll be with a partner that people might not necessarily have imagined you with in some way. Like other people perceive it as a mismatch, even though you will know in your heart that it's definitely a like soul connection. It just might appear a little odd to people around you, and you might kind of make up your own traditions, make up your own rituals, and kind of pave your own way in a lot of ways. Like it's unlikely that you'll kind of subscribe to the traditional and mundane excessively. But yeah, this person is likely to help you heal a lot. Like as we were saying with this Pisces energy, like you're definitely looking for more of a spiritual relationship. This Two of Pentacles energy is traditionally a change and balance energy, so you're probably looking for someone who's a good fit for you, like a good balance, like has equal amount of healing done and an equal amount of healing to do, as well as someone who you can continue to change and grow and evolve with. Definitely not someone who's going to make you feel stuck or stagnant in any way. But this Seven of Swords energy, this is a Moon in Aquarius energy, and this is all about being honest and true to your word. Like I think open communication and honesty will be really important in this connection, and what will be really important to both of you is essentially not lying. Sometimes this Seven of Swords energy can refer to deceptions and betrayals, especially betrayals caused by deception. So definitely this connection will force you to be way more honest with yourself and your partner than you've ever been in before, and vice versa. Like you'll force them to be way more honest than potentially what they've been in the past, and it'll be coming from this place of like knowing that it potentially will hurt each other more to lie than it will to tell each other the truth. So there'll be this kind of like radical honesty, and that radical honesty will create a really good kind of foundation for the two of you to have a really deep spiritual connection that has a lot of like trust, safety, and love, which is like essentially the basis that you need to be able to do the work that you want to do. You guys will definitely need to early on focus on creating a very secure and stable foundation for the two of you that you can really rely on, because you will not be able to do the work that you're intending to do with a soulmate connection unless you have a really good foundation to begin with. So it's probably advisable to take things slow, especially initially, and definitely build up that foundation really intentionally at first with good communication, and yeah, just like good kind of connection early on. This Ten of Swords energy, this is a Sun in Gemini energy, and it often encourages us to start again with a whole new paradigm. The only way to start again though in a whole new paradigm is to have some sort of safe place to kind of jump off from. And so having a safe connection with the self first, like the inner child and inner parent kind of balance first, and then being able to have that similar kind of connection with a partner where you're both honoring each other's inner child and inner parent will be really important to essentially shift a lot of old paradigms, shift a lot of old wounds, get rid of anything that's not serving you, and kind of leaving past patterns in the past. This Judgment energy, this is Pluto energy, and this is essentially about destroying anything that doesn't bring you like closer to unconditional love. It's about destroying things that are creating separation energies within you. There's probably a good chance that the two of you will have had some kind of challenging experiences, maybe with abandonment, maybe with loss, maybe with like challenging emotions that will need to kind of be resolved in this connection. And yeah, essentially it'll be a fair bit of kind of work to get to a place where this connection feels really good, but it's more from like past stuff than it is anything inherent about this connection. Like there's just a lot to let go of before this connection kind of comes into its like biggest potential. There'll just be a lot of things to kind of get over and kind of put in place to create a really good kind of foundation, because there's definitely potential for past stuff to get in the way and past kind of pains to play out in this connection. You probably have very complementary pain, so it'll be easy to go down that hole, so you'll have to be like super mindful not to like entertain that too much. This Wheel of Fortune energy, this is heavy Jupiter energy. Jupiter rules the 9th house of spiritual development, so these two cards coming out definitely tells me that there's a lot of spiritual development here, but all of these coming out in reverse, like I would say that it's not going to be super easy to begin with. There's definitely going to be a necessity for you to very much find your own get in your own kind of stride and find what works for you, and kind of toss out the rule book and try not to confine yourself in any way. And yeah, I think this is going to be one of those connections that's kind of like a little bit messy and weird to begin with as you kind of find your feet. But as you guys progress as a couple, you guys will, yeah, just like, I think the effort will start to pay off like way more than you would have been able to imagine, especially with this Wheel of Fortune energy. Like this is usually things manifesting that are just like way better than you could possibly imagine. And so yeah, I think it'll take some time for that energy to kind of activate in this connection, but once it does, you guys will be like unstoppable. It'll just like snowball. It'll just take a lot of commitment in the early days to kind of activate these energies to essentially make it work. But I think I'm going to leave that there. I hope you got everything out of this reading that you really wanted and needed, or I hope you're entertained at the very least. If you're ready for part 2, you can use the timestamp below to head to that section and find out how to get your part 2 reading. If you're leaving us here, thanks so much for watching. My name's Jade Wilding. It's been a pleasure reading for you. I would love if you could like, comment and subscribe. And whether I'm seeing you in the next part or the next video, ciao. Okay, it's time for part 2 of how will you meet them. So for the second part of your reading about how you meet your soulmate, you need to know the ruler of your descendant sign and find where it's placed in your chart. I'll put a list on the screen of the rulers for each of the signs, but in order. Aries is ruled by Mars, Taurus is ruled by Venus, Gemini is ruled by Mercury, Cancer is ruled by the Moon, Leo is ruled by the Sun, Virgo is ruled by Mercury, Libra is ruled by Venus, Scorpio is ruled by Mars traditionally, but Pluto modernly. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, Aquarius is ruled by Saturn traditionally, but Uranus modernly. Pisces is ruled by Jupiter traditionally and Neptune modernly. So once you know what your descendant ruler is, you need to find where it is in your chart, what house it falls into specifically, because the house of your descendant ruler tends to tell us where you're likely to meet your soulmate. If you don't know your birth time, so you don't have any of the houses, you can use the sign that it falls in. The sign can be just as helpful. Houses are obviously preferable, but the sign can also be helpful because they do correspond in a very similar way. So for example, I'm a Pisces descendant, which is traditionally ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter falls into my second house. Or by the modern rulership, I can look at my Neptune placement, which falls in the 5th house. and intuitively just use whatever is better for you. If I didn't know my birth time, I would still know that Jupiter fell in Libra for me, which is 7th house energy, and I would know that Neptune fell in Capricorn, which is 10th house energy. So I can do it either way, depending on whether I have my birth time or not. It'll still kind of give you a similar reading. So just whatever house or kind of vibe your ruler falls in, go to that timestamp and we'll get your reading for you. Okay, so for everyone who has their 7th house ruler in the 1st house or Aries, this is going to be your reading for how you will meet your person / where you will meet your person. So depending on different astrology techniques, some astrologers ascribe where your 7th house placement is to where you'll meet your partner, and some say it's in the house directly opposite. So if your 7th house ruler is in the 1st house, if you know your birth time, and in Aries if you don't, then it's very likely that you will meet your partner either in a very Aries way or in a very 7th house Libra way. So it'll either be very Aries 1st house or 7th house Libra energy kind of way. So Aries rules all of the things to do with the self, the body, appearance, taking care of the body, and kind of your approach to life, and just like, especially like physical activity, thrills, risk-taking, things like that. Whereas Libra represents relationship, contracts, business partners, equality, sharing, interpersonal skills, marriage. So you are very likely to either meet your person like either at the gym, at some sort of like in some sort of like thrilling scenario. So like potentially anything with like heightened emotion, like concerts, amusement parks, things like that, very kind of Ariesian ways to meet your partner. Or it could be the opposite. So it could be Libra energy. So meeting people through like being set up on blind dates, especially being set up by like married couples, or going to some sort of event with lots of couples and being either set up there or meeting someone else who's single there. It also can be through a business partnership, like you might meet someone in some sort of business venture first and then it evolves into a romantic venture. And it's also like kind of things to do with the law, that Libra side. So you could end up meeting your partner through some sort of like kind of conflict, or some sort of, or like near a courthouse, or near a police station or something like that. Also like Libra, like if you're thinking more abstractly, Libra is represented by the scales and Aries is represented by the ram. So you could meet your partner in nature, especially near a farm if there's like sheep and rams there, or like you can meet your partner somewhere where there's scales, so potentially like a restaurant, or like a deli or grocer or something like that. But we'll get some more specifics using this traditional tarot. Oops. Can we please clarify this King of Cups energy, please? Okay, so if your 7th house ruler is in the 1st house of Aries, based on this reading, it looks like you're going to meet your person somewhere where you're expanding yourself in some way, either in some form of either education or employment, usually with this 8 of Pentacles energy, or it could be some way that you're expanding the mind, the body, or just like any sort of kind of expansive energy. This Wheel of Fortune is Jupiter, and this 8 of Pentacles is the Sun in Virgo energy. So Virgo is very much a like thinking, analytical kind of energy. So it's also rules like lifestyle and routine. So essentially anything that you're doing to kind of improve the quality of life, there's a good chance that you're going to meet your person there. So it could be like either gyms or like out in the world in some sort of Libra-ish fashion. It's very likely that there'll be some sort of like element of self-care happening on the day that you meet this person. So gym is definitely very likely. I'm definitely leaning more towards gym just based on how these cards came out. Or it could be like yoga studio, dance class, or, you know, something where you're kind of expanding yourself in that way just based on these energies. And I would say for a fair few people here that it'll be accompanied by some sort of synchronicity. Like there'll be something that happens that makes you just very aware that this is a kind of divine connection. The Page of Cups often refers to kind of signs and synchronicities from the universe. So yeah, it's very likely that when you meet this person, you'll get some sort of immediate confirmation. Given that this Queen of Pentacles is a very kind of nurturing, self-care, self-loving kind of energy, yeah, there'll probably be some sort of like self-care aspect involved, and you'll know that you're in kind of the right domain of that self-care aspect by any synchronicities that you feel while you're kind of participating in whatever it is. It doesn't necessarily mean that your person will be participating in the same activity. You might meet them on the way to that activity or coming home from it, but yeah, that will be the dominant kind of energy of the day that you meet your soulmate. This King of Cups energy is a very kind of empathetic and supportive energy. And this 5 of Pentacles energy, this is a Mercury and Taurus energy. And this card in particular usually refers to kind of making improvements in your life, especially to do with diet, but also to do with just like anything that's healthier for you. So I'm getting from these energies clarifying each other that it'll be something that, like, I would say whatever this self-care is, it kind of won't be in your normal routine. It'll be some sort of shift that you've made to take care of yourself better when you meet your person. Like there'll be some sort of change within you. You could be even on your way to like a restaurant, given that Libra scales energy, for the people who's kind of like the gym and yoga kind of thing doesn't resonate. Yeah, you could be like starting to like eat better, like try like more either plant-based or holistic health kind of cafes, and that's potentially where you'll meet this person, like based on these energies. But let's see if the love oracles have anything else about Yeah, so this self-indulgence energy, this is very similar to this Queen of Pentacles energy. Like you'll be doing kind of like healing kind of work, self-work, yeah, focusing on yourself. And then there'll definitely be this very kind of instant attraction and epiphany. Like you'll definitely feel this kind of synchronicity and know that this person is your person. When you're kind of like in this place of this kind of ascension energy, which is like self-improvement energy. So when you're in this self-indulgence and ascending energy, like this person will come in very quickly. I would say it's not, for the majority, it's either if you've met them, you're not engaging in a romantic connection at this time, or if you haven't met them, like it's not necessarily going to be super soon. So for the majority of people here, like this is still kind of coming in energy. It's kind of like not ready yet energy, but it will. I'm sure it will. But I think I'm going to leave that there. So you can go ahead and click on the part 3 section to get your reading about when this is all going to happen for you. It's been a pleasure reading for you if you're not continuing with your reading from now forwards. My name is Jade Wilding. It's been a pleasure reading for you. And whether I see you in the next part or I see you in my next video, ciao. So if your 7th house ruler is either in the 2nd house if you know your birth time, or in your Taurus sign if you don't, then it's very likely that in relationships you value people that have pretty similar basic values, and you also value constancy, certainty, probably long-term monogamous relationships, security, familiarity, reliability, and probably like physical closeness, as well as kind of financial security. And when it comes to kind of the context of meeting your perfect person, there's kind of like 2 astrological interpretations of a 7th house and the 2nd house placement. Some astrologers take the 2nd house as where you'll meet your person, and some take the opposite sign. So the 8th house energy is to where you'll meet your person. But for the sake of like this reading, we're gonna like mostly focus on this kind of Taurus-y energy. So this has everything to do with money, work, income, like kind of your very basic daily routine, and material possessions, habits, job, work ethic. It's all that kind of energy. So it's very likely that you'll meet your person either at your work, at their work, at a mutual source of work or income, somewhere where you're kind of enhancing your ability to make money. So that might be some sort of educational or employment institution. It might be somewhere where you're shopping, so anywhere where you're acquiring material possessions, anywhere where you're having to put in some sort of like working effort even if you're not being paid. So like any kind of volunteering or anything that you might do, or any kind of like assistance that you might be offering others. Taurus also has this kind of like self-care kind of flavor, so it could be somewhere where you're participating in some sort of self-care, especially self-care practices that require money, so like massages, facials, like potentially getting your nails done or like something like that. You could be on your way to or from that kind of engagement. That doesn't necessarily mean that your person is, but like for you that will be the context. For the opposite energy, so like 8th house energy, it will be like anything to do with like merging sex, intimacy, shared finances, inheritance, taxes, loans, assets, property, mystery, and things like that. So it could be like you could hook up with this person one random night, like have a very casual sexual kind of fling, and then it turns into something. It could be that you meet them at some sort of like accounting firm, or when it's in your kind of like time period of like doing your taxes, like you're potentially on your way to doing your taxes or something like that. It's also anything kind of like occult, so potentially when you're learning more about astrology or any sort of divination or psychology or something like that, like you could meet your person. It's also about assets and property, so like potentially when you're looking for a property to like buy or rent, or potentially you are passing like some sort of like auction. Also, like kind of decontextualized, Taurus energy is usually represented by the bull, so there might be some sort of like bull representation near you when you meet your person. Like it could potentially be like embroidered on someone's shirt. You may walk past like some sort of like cowboy themed restaurant or bar or something like that. So it doesn't have to be like super contextual, it can be very abstract. So yeah, like they're probably the most dominant places where you're potentially going to meet your person. This can also be because Scorpio is opposite. You could meet them somewhere where there's scorpions, so either in the desert or yeah, there may be some kind of scorpion reference near where you meet them, or there may be some sort of reference of death. So Scorpio season's like heavy Halloween season, so you could meet your person during Halloween, or you could be around Halloween themed things like skulls, skeletons, pumpkins, like things like that when you meet your person. But we'll get a little bit more using this traditional tarot. We please have messages about the context of when these Taurus energy second house people will meet their person. How context. So we have a lot of wands energy here. So this could usually mean one of two things. Either it's kind of hinting at the sexual connotation of that 8th house energy that we're talking about, or it could be some sort of like creative energy. So it's very likely that you'll meet your person when you're in some sort of new endeavor in terms of bettering your life in some way, either being more kind of like sexually open and explorative, or like improving your life in some way. So this could be like essentially like anything that we spoke about, like improving your kind of income, money, like job, priorities, like anything like that, as well as like moving houses or acquiring more assets or something like that. Like it's very likely that you'll meet your person when you're doing some sort of like improving to your life in some way. Because yeah, there's just like lots of that kind of energy. Like this 6 of Swords is a heavy kind of transition energy, so usually it refers to some sort of change in life. The Fool obviously represents new beginning, so it's likely to occur at some sort of new beginning for you. The Strength card often refers to someone who's kind of like getting a hold of their like inner demons, and kind of becoming more competent at managing the animal within, especially the animal that's got a lot of shadow, a lot of trauma, things like that. And so it's likely that you'll meet your person when you're like the context will be that you'll be improving your life and kind of treating yourself better and acting like you deserve better, and that's essentially what will attract this person in. This 9 and 10 of Wands, these are both Sagittarius energies. This is a moon in Sagittarius, and this is a Saturn in Sagittarius energy. And they're both kind of heavy energies, referring to like boundaries and breaking patterns and healing and having essentially better attitude. So all of these energies are very similar in that way. This is also a Saturn in Leo. So there's a lot of Saturn energy here. So a lot of kind of taking responsibility for yourself, maturing, and also dealing with karma. Like Saturn's a heavy karmic placement. So anytime that you're kind of like overcoming karma in some way that has to do with second or eighth house energy, it's very likely that you'll meet your person. And I'm sensing from this Lovers card coming out that it might be a bit of a love at first sight or attraction energy, or it'll be like something that you'll totally dismiss, and you might even like kind of engage with them sexually as like a one-off thing before you realize that there's something there. I'm sensing kind of like two extremes depending on kind of who you are. But yeah, there's lots of Leo and Sagittarius energy, so lots of kind of fiery desire energy. So I wouldn't be surprised if the latter happened, if you had some sort of sexual connection before you realize that there's something like really there. But that's kind of all these cards are saying. I think I'm going to leave that there. I hope you got everything out of this reading that you really wanted and needed. I hope you were entertained at the very least. It's been a pleasure reading for you. If you're continuing on to part 3 to get more specifics about timing, you can use that timestamp below. But if this is where I'm leaving you, thanks so much for watching. It's been a pleasure reading for you. My name's Jade Wilding, and you can like, comment, and subscribe to help me stay on your feed and help me find other people who need to hear these messages. And whether I'm seeing you in the next part or in my next video, ciao. Okay, hi everyone whose 7th house ruler is in their 3rd house if they know their birth time, and in Gemini if they don't. If your ruler of your 7th house is in the 3rd house, it's likely that communication is really important to you. You probably really enjoy one-on-one conversations, or speaking or writing your thoughts. Anything to do with kind of Mercury mind and communication energy. And it's probably important to you that you have a really kind of intellectual connection with someone, a connection where you are able to kind of like stimulate your own kind of thinking, someone who feels very intellectually stimulating, someone who you can have really good conversation with, someone whose like opinions are very interesting. And when it comes to kind of the context of meeting your person, it depends kind of what like astrological principle you just ascribe to. A lot of astrologers refer to where your 7th house ruler is placed as the place where you as like providing context of like where you're going to meet your person. So for you with the 3rd house, it's things to do with the mind, thinking, communication, siblings, social activities and interests, neighbors, and early education. So in regards to those things, it's probably somewhere where you're very intellectually stimulated, somewhere where you're communicating or public speaking, potentially through siblings like friends or things like that. Potentially someone who lives in your neighborhood, someone meeting you in some sort of like social gathering, activity, or interest. So something to do with some sort of social group, as well as potentially meeting them like in kindergarten or primary school and either falling out with them and reconnecting, or kind of like always staying friends and then developing into something else. But for other astrologers, they refer to the house that's opposite the 7th house placement as the context. So for you, that would be 9th house Sagittarius energy. So things to do with travel, wisdom, philosophy, higher education, law and religion, cross-cultural relations, learning, ethics, spiritual development, any kind of like temple or place of faith, yeah, anything that's like very stimulating from that kind of regard. So that could be like overseas, obviously at university or through some sort of course, any kind kind of like religious practices, or even kind of activities that derive from a religious practice like yoga or something. Also anywhere where you're just kind of expanding yourself, learning more about yourself. So any other kind of course that might involve, or some sort of personal development, like you could be in a bookstore, or anything like that. So they're kind of the main places that astrologically you should meet your person. This can also be less literal, because Gemini is represented by the twins. Like you could meet a partner who is a twin, who has siblings that are twins. You may see some sort of like twin people, twin structures, or like just very kind of copy and paste energy, like somewhere where there's like some sort of duplication, could potentially be the context in which you meet your person. Also obviously that ninth house energy could be anything to do with like archery and things like that, given that kind of Sagittarius energy. But we'll get a bit more specific using this traditional tarot. We have more messages for these Gemini energies in regards to the context of meeting their person. Okay, so it's likely that you'll meet your person when you're doing something that you do every day. Like definitely not something kind of new in any way, like something kind of a little bit tired and old. I would say with this Fool card coming out in reverse, the Fool right way up represents kind of pureness, potential, and in reverse it usually represents kind of either like failure to close a cycle, or just kind of like being in the cycle still. So there'll be some sort of like monotony or mundaneness, or just like kind of average day energy about the context when you meet your person. You may meet them in some sort of employment or education scenario, given that that's this heavy Eight of Pentacles energy, clarified by this Queen of Swords, which has a lot to do with perception and intelligence and kind of like striving for truth. But I would say it's probably not going to be an endeavor that's necessarily challenging you. Like you might be there out of some sort of obligation rather than your own free will, just based on these energies coming out in reverse. I'm not getting heavy, like I kind of chose to do this energy. I'm getting like you'll be in some sort of kind of almost unwanted situation, and a situation that you might be resisting in some way, or just like not wanting to go to, but then you'll definitely have this kind of like spark with this person, this recognition, this knowing, and definitely this feeling of like either hope or alignment or abundance, or just like connection kind of energy. This Knight of Cups is a Jupiter and Pisces energy, so it's a very expansive and spiritual and emotional kind of energy. So yeah, you'll definitely kind of feel this spark with this person, and this spark might not even cross your conscious mind, given that the Moon card came out. A lot of the time this refers to some sort of like unconscious knowing, or kind of under the radar kind of attraction or something. But yeah, it'll definitely kind of shift your life in some way. You'll definitely, like, after kind of coming across this person, shift a lot of things in your own life. This Five of Swords is traditionally kind of a loneliness and solitude energy. So I'm getting from this coming out in reverse that that'll kind of flip on its head very quickly, like based on meeting this person. But even though like a switch will trigger almost instantly within, it'll take a little while for things to kind of like become apparent to you in the physical. Maybe because you'll be so consumed with whatever it is that you were kind of mundanely doing. But let's see what the love oracles have. Do you have anything else for these Gemini third house energies in regards to the context of meeting their person? So we have camera, we have reminiscing, keepsake, perception, learning from the past, making memories. So it's likely that you'll be in some sort of situation where like there'll be cameras around, like you could be like public speaking in front of a camera, or you could be kind of out and about, like taking photos of things, or kind of less literally, like you could be like on a different path from your past, like learning about new things, definitely perceiving things differently, especially with this Queen of Swords energy. So like on some sort of adventure where it's going to be shifting your perceptions. But again, I don't think this will be immediately apparent to you with this hand of cards. Like this card often refers to kind of not showing your hand energy, and I think this is less literal in this case. Like I think the hand of this connection will take a little while to kind of reveal itself, and will also like kind of ask you to take a risk before you're really sure of these underlying feelings. Like things are probably going to be happening in the background, but you might not necessarily notice them straight away. But again, there'll be like definitely a sudden change, transformation in your unconscious, even if you're not aware of it physically. But yeah, there's probably going to be some unconscious biases that are at play here that you're going to need to overcome to kind of almost reveal the actual true nature of this connection to you at the time that you experience it. But I'm going to leave that there. I hope you got everything out of this video that really wanted it and needed, or I hope you were entertained at the very least. It's been a pleasure reading for you. My name is Jade Wilding, and I would love if you could like, comment and subscribe. If you're continuing on to the next part, you can use the timestamp below. And if this is where I'm leaving you, thanks so much for watching. And whether I see you in the next part or in the next video, ciao. Okay, hi everyone whose 7th house ruler is either in the 4th house if they know their birth time, or in Cancer if they don't. Then this reading is probably for you. So if your 7th house ruler is in the 4th house, a lot of the time this indicates a desire for a partner that's nurturing, caring, domestic, who makes you feel super safe, and who you feel really close with. Definitely someone who aligns with whatever your idea of home, family and tradition is. And someone who kind of like feels like home very instantly, very comfortable, and very familiar. You potentially will like really take your time choosing a partner. It may take you some time to decide if you want to marry them as well. Like it could be kind of a long relationship kind of energy as well. And you tend to be more attracted to people that mirror your parents to you than other people, as unconscious ways to fulfill childhood needs or cling to your kind of family of origin story. So yeah, there's a lot of kind of slow energy moving into connection with this, and just like lots of intentional energy. And a lot of the time, like kind of the intent of a relationship is to like heal some stuff, especially any like familial patterns and wounds is very intentional in this kind of placement. Astrologically, the ruler being placed in the 4th house often refers to meeting your soulmate connection partner in some way that has a lot to do with the home, roots, family, self-care, emotions, foundation, especially to do with your mother or maternal side, any children, women, or especially close women, or in some sort of like feminine context. So that would usually refer to being set up by like especially your mum, but anyone in your family, coming together through children, like potentially having kids with someone else, and like something to do with that kid's activities drawing you to your partner. Anything to do with kind of like women or feminine groups, so any sort of like women's group, book clubs, maybe like yoga practices, or just like kind of mums with bubs or anything like that. Like often that they're places where you might meet your person, you might be introduced to your person at a house, at some sort of gathering within the home, especially if it was initiated by your mother or maternal figure. Astrologically, a lot of the time astrologers use the opposite house to refer to where you meet them as well. So the opposite house to the 4th house is the 10th house. So any kind of career setting, so at your job, anything to do with long-term goals. So if you have long-term goals like acquiring property, or changing like industries, or you know, anything like that, like any long-term goals, you could potentially meet your partner in that kind of context. Anything to do with public image, masculinity, men, fathers, fame, and anything like that, like any sort of like publicity kind of energy, that is heavy 10th house energy. So yeah, you could, whichever you ascribe to, like I don't really see, like I tend to use the one that it's actually in, but yeah, some astrologers get you to look at the opposite sign. So yeah, just do what feels right, just use what feels right. But we'll get a bit more specific using our traditional tarot. We have messages for this 4th house energy in regards to the context of meeting their person. Do you have any clarify this judgment energy, please? Okay, so with this justice and judgment energy coming out, like this justice energy often refers to marriages and unions. So if there's potential to meet this person at some sort of like maybe family wedding, like a wedding to do with someone in your family, especially kind of women that you're close to. And I would say that this person will kind of feel like a breath of fresh air. They might feel like a bit of a change of pace. These two cards refer to kind of change and also starting with new paradigms, but they both came out in reverse. So I think like there might be kind of this feeling of almost stickiness before you meet this person, especially because this 6 of Swords is also a transition and movement energy when it comes out right way up. So all of these are kind of indicating some sort of like kind of stickiness at the time that you meet this person. And so this person will feel like a bit of a breath of fresh air. They'll kind of get you out of a rut, get you into a new routine of some kind. This 5 of Wands, this is a Saturn in Leo energy, and this is really a kind of moving out of self-imposed limitations energy, and kind of bettering yourself energy. And then this 8 of Wands energy, this is a Mercury in Sagittarius energy, and this is healing through like moving slowly, but definitely expressing your truth very honestly, and kind of almost being prompted into that kind of slow evolution and healing. So I would say that when you meet this person, like, they'll definitely kind of ignite some sort of inner change that you'll probably sense before you necessarily know that this person's the one for you. Like, you'll kind of feel yourself changing within before you kind of have that little aha moment of like, oh, I think it's because I've met this person kind of energy. But we'll see what the love oracles have for you. We have messages for this is especially potentially true if this wedding's on the beach, because Cancer has very kind of like beachy sea energy as well. Okay, so you'll probably have instant chemistry, and at this wedding I would say that you end up having a lot of fun with this person, even though you might not necessarily in your head click that this is kind of like the one energy. You'll have a lot of chemistry, you'll enjoy each other, and probably once you start to feel yourself shift within, you'll be like, oh, this is more than just like a fun wedding fling. It's actually like I can actually build something really sustainable with this person. So yeah, I'd say initially there'll be like this attraction, flirting, dating, hooking up. There may be a third party, or you just may not consider this, like, take it too super seriously. That could be like the kind of third energy. But yeah, eventually you will have some sort of realization that this is like a thing, and you'll essentially start taking it seriously, start persisting with this connection a bit more seriously, and like actually intentionally building something with this person that you want to create, what essentially like creating the relationship that you want to have. But I think I'm gonna leave that there. I hope you got everything out of this reading that you really wanted and needed. It's been a pleasure reading for you. If you're continuing with your reading, you can head to the part 3 timestamp, or if this is where I leave you, like, thanks so much for watching. I would love if you could like, comment, and subscribe, and whether I see you in the next part or I see you in a future video. Ciao. Okay, so for everyone who has their ruler either in the 5th house if they know their birth time, and in Leo if they don't, having the ruler of the 7th house in the 5th house usually brings in this kind of spirit of fun, romance, playfulness. Those things tend to be important to you, especially anything that brings out your kind of creative side, your inner child, anything like that. Creative expression, kind of pleasure, just joy. It's a very in love with love kind of energy for sure. And when your ruler is placed in the 5th house, often that refers to a likelihood that you'll either meet your partner in a very 5th house / Leo way, or in a very 11th house / Aquarius way. So 5th house has a lot to do with romance, love, affairs, play, creativity, fertility, like self-expression, joy, sometimes theatrics and drama. So a lot of the time you meet your person in a very romantic setting, any kind of theatrical setting, so like plays, shows, movie theaters, things like that, or anything like generally fun, so like parties, or any kind of like social gathering that's like a very joyful gathering. Also anything that kind of you might have connected with in your youth, like any kind of maybe sport or something that you played in your youth. You might meet your person in that same kind of context, or kind of decontextualized. A lot of the time it can be just like heavy Leo and Sun energy, so maybe around lions, so like at a zoo or something, or like you'll meet your person and there'll be some sort of lion reference around you. It might be like artwork at the like place that you meet them, or you might just see like a little lion symbol the day that you meet them, or like see little suns in places. Depending on the astrologer, like some people use this 5th house placement to determine where they'll meet their person. Other people use the 11th house energy, so groups, friends, social gatherings, anything with tech, and anything kind of futuristic. So you might meet your person at like either conferences or some sort of like march or pride or humanitarian kind of thing, like a volunteer activity or something like that, as well as technology. So like potentially around technology, like at the Apple Store or something like that. So anything like that is usually where you'll meet your person, one of those two kind of energies. But we'll find out a bit more using this traditional tarot. Spirit, could please have more about where these fifth house and Leo placements will, like the context, please. Oh, I just realized I'm not playing any music. Hang on. It's better. Anything else for these placements, please? Anything else for these placements in regards to where they'll meet their person? Can you please clarify this Page of Swords energy, please? Knight of Wands energy as well, please. So with this renewal card, there's a good chance that the context in which you'll meet this person will be in some sort of renewal energy. So it might be like more of a like kind of vacation or like weekend away kind of energy. Or this renewal could be kind of reviving childhood interests. Like that's also likely for where you'll meet your person. It seems like when you will meet them, because this Page of Swords is heavy, kind of like a very like curious energy, I would say these two cards coming out together is kind of more of this like reviving childhood interests energy, because the Page is such a youthful energy and it's such a curious energy, and this coming out in reverse is kind of giving me the vibe that it's kind of reigniting something that's been lost. So if there's any interests that you might have that have been kind of put in the wayside, or something that you really dreamed of doing when you were a kid, it's probably a good time to pick those up right now. So we have the Knight of Wands energy, which is a moon in Sagittarius energy, and we also have the Six of Pentacles, which is a moon in Taurus energy. So these are heavy, because these are both heavy moon energies. A lot of the time, because the moon rules Cancer in the 4th house, has a lot to do with feelings and kind of inner child energy. So anything that really sparks your inner child energy is probably something that is a good idea to engage in again, whether that's in the 5th house or 11th house energy. Just like whatever's kind of reigniting that is probably a good idea in terms of like the context of where you're going to meet them. So this Six of Pentacles is quite a giving and generous energy, and this energy is very persistent. So I would say that immediately when you guys connect, there'll be this kind of to and fro kind of energy. Like the two of you will kind of immediately engage with each other, and the two of you will just kind of like persist with this kind of flirtation and connection until it kind of sees itself into fruition. This Nine of Wands energy definitely asks you to approach that time really in a very healthy mindset. So if there's any reason why you wouldn't be able to enjoy the toing and froing of like kind of courtship and dating, like it's probably a good time to work on that energy. And especially if you feel like you don't have anything to give right now, particularly in relationships, because this energy will kind of need to be like kind of good by the time the two of you connect in order to best facilitate this connection, and like it going down the path that it would kind of like to go down. This Ace of Pentacles energy, this is kind of pure potential when it comes to manifesting, and then this Knight of Wands is a very passionate energy. But I would say with these two cards coming out in reverse, that they're kind of referencing that maybe some time needs to be spent in this energy in order to kind of manifest this connection, because it seems like this connection will come in when these energies are really kind of ready. When you're ready, like it will come in, but it's probably not going to come in until you feel ready. So there's probably like a need to do some kind of diligent work, any kind of reflection, especially because the Emperor energy, this is Aries energy, like it's not naturally a reflective energy, it's more of a risk-taking energy. But I'm kind of getting with all these coming out together that maybe it would be kind of risking the connection if you were to kind of engage with this either right now if you haven't met them, or engage with them right now if you have met them. Like there seems to be some sort of healing that needs to be done regardless of whether you're re-engaging with someone or whether you're going to engage with someone for the first time. Yeah, they're definitely kind of giving me like a don't be too risky with it kind of energy. Kind of really think it through. The Emperor energy can be a very reasoning energy, like when it's not so much in that kind of youthful Aries impulsiveness. So kind of when you feel like you're getting to this stage where you've kind of figured out a lot of this stuff and like kind of your readiness level and things like that. Yeah, like that reasoning, like kind of intellectualizing to understand so that you can be really mindful of your actions will be really important. Do we have anything in the love oracles for these placements, please? Do we have anything in the love oracles for these? Okay. Alright, so I'm getting for some of you that you might have already met this person and gone into separation with this person in order to stop the pattern and do a bit of healing and engage a bit of readiness, so that when you do connect with this person again in the future, it's like kind of on a different level so you can experience this real soulmate energy. For those who haven't been in a connection, then this, I would say this energy is referring to some sort of ex that you're trying to break the pattern with. Or like a general theme with your exes, if there's any general themes that need to be kind of witnessed, healed, accepted, loved, all that sort of stuff, now is probably a really important time to do it. Especially if there's any kind of like abandonment wounds or anything like that, it's probably a really good time to, yeah, figure some stuff out, and learn how to make some healthier choices, primarily for you first, and definitely like trying not to re-engage with any toxic patterns from the past will be important. Usually when we have true soulmates, they manifest when we're ready, and when we're ready to make the healthy choices that soulmates are kind of naturally more aligned with. Yeah, soul contracts don't need that same energy, but soulmates often do. So yeah, it's really important that you get kind of in the healthiest place possible. This Knight of Wands energy has a lot to do with healthy boundaries and staying within your boundaries. So it's probably a really good time to kind of work on those energies if you're not already. But I think I'm going to leave that here. If you're continuing to the next part, you can click on the timestamp below. And if you're not, thank you so much for supporting me. My name's Jade Wilding. It's been a pleasure reading for you. And I would love if you can like, comment, and subscribe. And whether I see you in the next part or I see you in my next video, ciao. Hi, 6th house, 7th ruler placements and Virgo placements for the 7th house ruler. If you don't know your birth time, this is going to be your reading for kind of the context around meeting your soulmate. So when you have a ruler of the 7th house in the 6th house, or this kind of like Virgo-ish energy, it's usually kind of activates this energy of seeking a partner who's really supportive of you, in the very small details, in the kind of day-to-day basics, especially in regards to whatever work you do. And it is kind of an energy where you want to be really well supported in any of your like kind of work, health, lifestyle routine kind of endeavors. It's an energy where you probably value a partner's involvement in your life a lot more than others, and it's kind of an energy where you kind of need that to almost feel fulfilled. Like if they're too distant from you in the day-to-day, you can probably like fall out of love with people fairly quickly, or just like, yeah, it could create conflict fairly easily for you. So yeah, it's really important for you that you have a lot of balance with these energies in a partnership. In terms of like more specific to do with the context, a lot of the time astrologers with when talking about a seventh house ruler in the sixth house, they'll either use the sixth house kind of clues or the 12th house clues as to kind of the context that you'll meet your person. So the sixth house has a lot to do with health, fitness, systems, analytical kind of energies, pets, work habits, organizations, your sense of kind of service and usefulness, as well. The 12th house has a lot to do with endings, healing, closure, spirituality, karma, afterlife, anything that's hidden, especially what's hidden in either your subconscious or the collective unconscious, especially to do with kind of like limiting beliefs or kind of conditioned thinking. And so how these manifest in terms of context of meeting a person, a lot of the time it's like meeting someone in like gyms, workplaces, especially if you're part of some sort of organization, potentially meeting people in situations near where your pets are, so like dog parks, groomers, things like that. Also meeting people in very spiritual ways, so anything to do with healing, so like yoga studios, or like holistic healing places, maybe Reiki places, things like that, or any kind of context where either your subconscious or the collective unconscious is triggered. So things that are in the collective unconscious are things kind of like sexism, homophobia, things like that. So you could be in some sort of circumstance where that is kind of a dominant energy, like you could be at like a pride march or like a Black Lives Matter kind of protest or something like that, like something to do with internalized unconscious energies like racism or whatever. So yeah, they're all very possible in terms of the context in which you'll meet your person, but we'll get a bit more specific using our traditional tarot. Spirit, for these 6 house placements, can you tell us more about the context? Clarify this. Okay. So it's very likely that you'll meet your person when you're feeling essentially the most abundant in your life. Like these are all kind of abundant energies. Ironically, this is also a Virgo energy, so this has a lot to do with shadow work, and kind of just like buckling down and doing your work and like being good at doing your work. So I would say like when you've got this 6th house energy really down pat, like you're really comfortable with your lifestyle, your routine, your day-to-day kind of function, like that's the best time for you to manifest your kind of perfect person or soulmate in. So until then, like really buckle down and work on being your most kind of abundant, satisfied self, especially to do with lifestyle and routine. This Six of Pentacles is a heavy generosity card. It's a Moon and Taurus energy. This Queen of Cups cup suit has a lot to do with love, relationships, and just like life satisfaction, like how grateful you are for your life essentially. Has a lot to do with intuition, and also living a life where you're very much in the flow of life, in the flow of your natural rhythms, in the flow of life's natural rhythms. The Sun card is definitely a kind of abundant fertility, kind of very kind of peak energy, and being clarified by the Hermit card. Like, this card is often associated with shadow work, but it's just really about knuckling down. So yeah, when you've got those energies kind of sorted, like, that's probably the time where you'll meet your person. Like, that's definitely kind of the context anyway. Yeah, you'll meet them when you're in a good place in terms of life. This King of Swords is a very intellectual energy. It's a very kind of brave and courageous energy. So maybe when you're kind of so comfortable to the point where you're willing to take risks, especially clarified by this Five of Wands energy in reverse, because this is Saturn in Leo energy, and a lot of the time it's about pushing through any self-imposed limitations, and kind of reaching for the stars when it comes to your goals. So I would say that, yeah, when your lifestyle's kind of set in stone in a way, like, and you feel really, really good and in flow about it, like, that's probably kind of the main context in which you'll meet your person, in reference to kind of like more how you're feeling. Yeah, I feel like that's about it for this one. Like, the context for you will definitely be when you're flowing and feeling good, and when you're feeling like really abundant and just like satisfied within yourself. Like, that's going to be the best time. The best, like, in state of your internal world anyway, when you are ready to meet this person. Okay, so for some of you, you might have already met this person, already been with this person, but maybe your lifestyle stuff kind of wasn't together at the time, so you needed to have a separation in order to like kind of get your shit together and kind of be ready for this connection. And I assume when you guys are both ready, you're going to get this love call. I don't think that'll be everyone here, but I would say for some of you, you've definitely already met this person, and there's been some sort of falling out because the timing for you wasn't right when it came to your 7th house ruler placement in the 6th house. Like, it wasn't, yeah, like it just wasn't like ready yet. It wasn't done cooking. Do we have any other love oracles, please? Okay, so there's potentially, when it comes to your lifestyle and routine, there's some triggers and some things that you need to let go of, especially from any past either partners, parents, caretakers, siblings, or just like influential people from your life. If they've left kind of blemishes on your the way that you approach your life and live your life, especially anything to do with kind of like internalized productivity or capitalism or all of that kind of nonsense, like, it's probably a really good time to work on that, and letting go of any of those kind of conditions, as well as learning how to love the people that potentially imposed them on you from a place of like just ignorance, so that like you can stop being triggered by those things. Like, I think we continue to be triggered sometimes because the people that we the people that kind of imprinted those messages on us haven't kind of had the boundaries shifted, so they haven't been loved from a distance and loved kind of with that understanding in some way. Yeah, there's a good chance that you'll get married to whoever this soulmate connection is. And yeah, if you guys have been in separation before, the next time is more likely to be a eternal, everlasting kind of energy. And for those that haven't met them, it's very likely that you'll know very soon of the nature of this connection and where it's going, especially just based on these energies. Like, you'll be able to recognize them and recognize kind of who's coming in when, and that it's kind of your time, so to speak. But I think I'm gonna leave that there. I hope you got everything out of this reading that you really wanted or needed, or I hope you're entertained at the very least. If you're continuing to the next part, you can use the part 3 timestamp. If you're not, it's been a pleasure reading for you. My name's Jade Rewilding, and you can like, comment, and subscribe to stay up to date with my posts on here. And whether I'm seeing you in the next part or in my next video, ciao. Okay, so for anyone whose ruler of the 7th is placed in the 7th, this is a very powerful relationship energy. A lot of the time, it's an energy that makes you just fall super in love with the actual relationship. Like, you are so in love with the kind of container of the relationship. Sometimes it can create a little bit of blindness when it comes to the two individuals in it. Like, it can be a very kind of we energy very quickly. But yeah, it's definitely a very powerful relationship energy. In terms of the context of meeting your perfect person, this could either be 7th house or 1st house energy. So relationships, marriage, contracts, business partners, equality, sharing, and self-appearance, beginnings, body, anything to do with the body, like gyms, and any kind of like lifestyle fitness kind of things, as well as kind of nutrition, and all that kind of self-care basic stuff. So the context of meeting your person is likely to occur around like courts, or potentially through business partnerships and contracts first, as well as anything to do with kind of law or equality, any kind of humanitarian kind of protests or marches or events like that, where the nature of the event is about rectifying equality, especially like gyms and that, all that 1st house energy, anything to do with kind of nurturing the physical body and kind of getting the body to its best. Also, it can be a little bit more abstract, so you may see Libra or Aries kind of symbols, so like rams or scales on the day that you meet this person. Like, that can be one of the synchronicities that you experience. But let's get some specific messages. Using this traditional tarot. Can you clarify this Knight of Swords energy, please? And the Devil, please. So these energies here are telling me that this person is either an old love returning, so there'll be some sort of separation with this connection after meeting them, potentially even before it gets romantic, or this love will only manifest when lessons from a previous partnership are fully integrated and learned, and the previous partnership is basically let go of to make room for this new partnership. So kind of one of those two energies. It really just depends on kind of your specific context and situation, which one of those it'll be. I would say for the majority that it'll be about closing past connections in order to experience this new connection, especially because this Hermit card came out, which indicates usually shadow work that needs to be done, especially clarified by this Knight of Swords, which is a like obviously intellectual and communicative energy being of the sword suit, but this particular card is kind of heavy Aquarian kind of energy. It's very airy, like super airy. It's air plus air energy, so it's definitely an objective analysis kind of energy, and it's also maturing past idealism, as well as considering that any ways where you could be showing up kind of wrong, but like just not healthily, you're just showing up more from your own patterns and not in the best way given where you kind of want to go in life. And it's also about being kind over righteous, so definitely letting go of ego and things like that to for the benefit of a connection. Whoop. When this Devil card comes out, sometimes this refers to kind of like getting freaky with someone before it turns into a commitment. But I would say in this context, it might have more to do with potentially it being necessary to have some sort of like experience and knowledge under your belt, and to have like learned your lessons and integrated the lessons from previous experience, because this Eight of Pentacles is a heavy learning energy. This Three of Cups is a heavy kind of connection energy, and this Queen of Swords is a heavy perception and truth energy. So it seems like until you've kind of learned lessons from past connections and really understood the past connections on deeper levels, and perceived deeper truths about those connections, potentially this connection will not be ready to manifest. So yeah, that's kind of like the context of how you guys are going to get together. Like Spirit will definitely manifest it for you once those little pieces of the puzzle are kind of put in place. But we'll see if the love oracles have anything else for you. Yeah, so this previous connections will mirror to you anything that needs to be shifted and changed in order to manifest a true soulmate connection. But then this person's probably likely to continue to mirror stuff to you. And in your love, you'll actually align more with unconditional love because of all this mirroring that past relationships and this relationship have and will be able to do for you. Like you'll just grow so much as a person. And essentially you'll get everything that you ever wanted. This is all about happiness, expansion, joy. It's also clarified by the snake. It's definitely getting over past patterns, especially unhealthy ones, to essentially have what it is that you want to manifest instead of having what you're kind of manifesting by default. So it's definitely a very powerful energy. It's definitely a very like I would say the lessons leading up to this connection will be super powerful, and then this connection in itself will be kind of even more powerful. Like I'm feeling like previous connections were almost like a like a bit of an entree of this kind of main course for you. Like they'll give you a bit of an insight, but this connection will just kind of do it different. It'll just kind of like hit different than the past mirroring that you might have experienced. But I think I'm going to leave that there. I hope you got everything you wanted or needed out of this reading, or I hope you were entertained at the very least. It's been a pleasure reading for you. If you'd like to go to the part 3 timestamp, you can do that now. If not, if you're leaving me here, thanks so much for watching. My name is Jade Rewilding, and I would love if you could like, comment and subscribe so that you can see me on your feed again for another intuitive tarot card reading in the future. And whether I see you in a new reading or the next part, ciao. Okay, so for anyone whose 7th house ruler is either in the 8th house if you know your birth time, and in Scorpio energy if you don't, then your ruler of your 7th house usually kind of creates a very grow and transform energy in your connections, and a lot of your connections will probably have challenges, especially challenges to do with anything that's within your unconscious, and anything where, like, there may be also a tendency to test partners as well, and definitely a tendency to have very deep connections, very intense connections, very passionate connections, and just like connections where there's potential for a lot of shadow to come out. Definitely connections that feel like ride or dies. But yeah, ultimately these connections tend to bring out like a new layer of yourself, a new strength, and a more empowered energy, even if that empowered energy initially comes from some sort of power struggle. Yeah, so these partnerships tend to alter your life like really intensely. And the context in which that you are likely to meet your soulmate based on these energies is either 8th house or 2nd house energies. So anything to do with Scorpio or Taurus energy. Scorpio energy is merging sex, sexuality, intimacy, shared finances, inheritance taxes, assets, ventures, goals, mystery, partner, resources. So you may meet your person at some sort of like acquiring of assets or property, or any kind of venture. Like you might be some sort of business ventures first, before you're necessarily romantic partners, or there's some sort of context around sex and sexuality. So you may meet them in a very kind of like sexually explicit place, like a sex shop or something, or some sort of like sex workshop or course or something like that. Or you potentially will meet them in more of a Taurus way, so something to do with money, work, income, daily routines, values, possessions, priorities, habits, and your job and work ethic. So you could meet them in your job, you could meet them somewhere where you make money or extra money, whether they're there for the same reason or not. It's likely that you'll be there for that reason. You could also meet them while shopping for material possessions. So meeting them in some sort of like store or something, but we'll get more specific using this traditional tarot regarding the context in which you'll meet this person. We have messages about how these placements will meet a person. Can we clarify this 8 of Cups energy? This is 5 of Pentacles energy too. Please clarify it as well. So, based on these kind of like heavy wands energies that came out, these are very either like creative artistic energies or like very sexual energies. So I'd say some people here will meet their person like potentially buying art or in an art gallery or somewhere where that kind of Venus-y, Taurus-y possession kind of artistic energy comes out, and others will meet their person in this more Scorpio sexuality kind of context. This 8 of Cups energy in reverse, this is a Saturn in Pisces energy, and it's about shifting out of stagnation. So if you're making any sort of purchase when you meet this person, it'll probably be coming at a time where you're kind of trying to broaden your horizons in terms of like your home and like essentially what's in your home and like what's visually appealing to you. And if it's more of the sexuality context, you're probably going to be trying to expand your horizons when it comes to like your own sexuality. There also may be some sort of, kind of like stickiness or stagnation in your life at the time that you meet them, with the Six of Swords coming out in reverse, which is a heavy kind of movement kind of energy. And then this Eight of Wands, this is a Mercury and Sagittarius energy, and often refers to taking things slow. So I'd say these two cards coming out clarifying together is like, you'll either feel sticky or like you're moving forward very slowly. There'll be some sort of period of kind of like very slow movement for you, where you'll kind of be trying to dig yourself out of some sort of stagnation, to try and explore life more fully. This Page of Wands is a heavy exploration energy, and then this Five of Pentacles is traditionally kind of about overcoming any sort of lack or poverty in your life. So yeah, there'll be some sort of like shift for you with these energies at the time that you meet this person. And it's very likely that you'll meet them in a context that has to do with either kind of artistic possession, like artistic based possessions, or sexuality. Oop. Okay, so you'll probably meet them at a time where you kind of are focusing on yourself and your own healing, and then this kind of romance will randomly bloom for you, and it might be like this kind of fun flirting dating situation first. Like you might not necessarily immediately recognize them as a soulmate connection, and you may kind of engage with them a little bit more casually at first, because you'll be essentially like just focusing on you and not overly concerned with what everyone else is doing. Do we have any more oracles? So we also have the Phoenix. So we have a new phase, transformation, growth, change of mind. So this connection will definitely create this new phase. It'll probably create movement where there wasn't movement before. If this is a person that you've already been with in some context, or you've known for a long time, there'll definitely be a shift and transformation in this existing connection to become this more soulmate connection. But yeah, it'll be a beautiful new phase when you guys get to that kind of evolving into a soulmate connection energy. But I think I'm going to leave this here. I hope you got everything out of this reading that you really wanted and needed. It was a pleasure reading for you. If you're moving on to the next part, you can use the timestamp below. And if you're leaving us here, thanks so much for watching. I would love if you could like, comment and subscribe. And regardless of whether I see you in the next part or in the next video, thanks for watching, and ciao. So for everyone who has their 7th house ruler either in the 9th house if they know their birth time, or in Sagittarius energy if they don't, this usually manifests as very vital, alive, kind of unique energies when it comes to connections. A lot of the time, this is a sign of a significant other from a different background in some way, or from some foreign land. And also usually meeting someone who's not necessarily an intellectual equal, but definitely a philosophical equal. Like they might not think the same, but they think equally as deeply. And someone who's a good match for especially your higher self-consciousness, but also for your kind of ego lessons that you can learn from each other. So it's really good placement for like not settling. And when it comes to the clues as to where you'll meet your person, the context of meeting your kind of soulmate energy, it's usually either to do with either the 9th or 3rd house. So the 9th house has to do with travel, philosophy, higher education, law and religion, cultural relations, learning and ethics. So anywhere where those themes are present. So especially if you're overseas, especially if you're in some sort of like course or higher education or anything like that, anywhere where people practice law, anywhere where people practice religion, any foreign lands, and yeah, anything that generally has to do with learning it's a good chance you'll meet your person there. Or some astrologers use the opposite house, so the third house, which has to do with the mind, thinking, communication, siblings, social activities, neighbors, and early education. So this could potentially be someone that you met really early on in your education, potentially someone that you ended up reconnecting with, or someone who's in similar social circles, or even the social circles of your siblings or neighbors, someone who potentially lives in your neighborhood. You might meet them in your neighborhood, or at some sort of thinking or communication event, like some sort of public speaking event, or something like that. So they're all very likely. But we'll get some more specifics using our traditional tarot. We have specifics about the context of this meeting, please. So when it comes to meeting this person, there might be a few people that you'll meet this person at a wedding, or there'll be some sort of wedding type situation that will bring you guys closer with this Two of Cups and Justice card. The Justice card is Libra energy, and it usually refers to the more legal aspects of connecting with another person. So kind of making things official, especially marriage, also kind of engagements, moving in, all that sort of stuff as well. And just clarified by this Two of Cups energy, it's just very likely that you'll meet this person through other people and through other people's commitments and connections in some way. I would say that the time that you'll meet them, you may not necessarily be seeing other people's perspectives very clearly at the time. There may be a little bit of kind of just like not being super present in life for whatever reason. All of these energies came out in reverse. This Magician energy is a heavy kind of present and aware kind of energy. The King of Pentacles is very much in the physicals, because the Pentacles is a physical suit. It's usually about discipline and control and practice within physical domains. Then this Two of Swords, this is usually about seeing different perspectives, especially perspectives that are opposite to yours, and kind of like integrating them with your reality. And then this Eight of Cups is a sort of abandonment or retreat energy. So all of these energies together to me just give off the vibe that like you just will be a little bit not super present or aware at the time that you're meeting them. You're going to be disengaged from life in some way, maybe disengaged from love and commitment in some way. And I'm kind of getting like a vibe from this person that they're gonna like kind of reinvigorate life into your life in some way. Yeah, this is interesting. I might pull some more cards. Spirit, can you tell us more about this? Okay, so there's likely some pain from the past that's going to be cropping up at the time that you meet this person. So either you'll have just gone through some sort of breakup or sticky situation, or just like a challenging time in some way, especially challenging to your kind of ideals and kind of what you expect to happen in life, or what you expected to happen in a connection. And so you'll feel like a little bit, this King of Wands energy is kind of like having a vision and following it, but coming out in reverse, I'm sensing that you'll end up being really open because kind of all your visions will have crumbled, but it'll actually be in a really healthy way. Like you kind of won't be stuck on your same shit anymore. And you'll probably just be focusing on what makes you feel good, especially self-care, and just like really nurturing yourself and not necessarily worrying about kind of obtaining this ideal that you might have always carried anymore. Like you'll not be so concentrating on what things look like, but you'll definitely be concentrating on what things feel like at the time. So yeah, if you resonate with this now, then your person might be nearby. If this doesn't feel very resonant, then this might be a little bit more in the future kind of energy. Yeah, when you kind of let go of some of the ideals and worrying about what's happening in the physical and worrying more about how you feel and what's happening in the kind of self-care, like self-relationship energy, that's likely the context in which you'll meet your person, like when you're in that kind of energy. Do we have anything from the love oracles, please? So we have the dragonfly. So this is a very adapting, changing and healing energy, which is kind of the energies that we're just talking about. Like when you find yourself in that very kind of change, adapt, heal energy, like that's probably going to be the context in which you meet this person. Yeah, it'll definitely be a highly like loving soulmate connection. Maybe from the get-go, like I think maybe because life will be a little bit kind of weird that you'll kind of recognize this good thing when it appears. But yeah, you'll definitely be in this kind of like self-indulgent, self-care kind of energy, focusing on yourself, not really worrying about anyone else when this happens. But this kind of like insane passion and chemistry and fun that you feel with each other will kind of light you up and just like signify what this is to you. And so you'll kind of know where to go based on those energies that are kind of coming alive within you. But I think I'm going to leave that there. I hope you got everything that you wanted and needed out of this reading. It's been a pleasure reading for you. My name is Jade Rewilding. And if you're continuing with this reading, you can click on the part 3 timestamp. If you're not, for whatever reason, thanks so much for watching this far. And I would love if you could like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. So whether I see you at the next part or on my next video, ciao. Okay, so if your 7th house ruler is either in your 10th house, if you know your birth time, or in Capricorn energy, if you don't, or you're just choosing to get that reading instead, then your partnerships are very likely to be tied with career, public standing, reputation. You may be attracted to or attract partners who are kind of very professional in their jobs or in their lives, who are authority figures, through, or like being able to find people through careers, career pursuits, career goals in some way, someone who embodies traits of the 10th house alternatively, so someone who's very authoritarian, hardworking, ambitious, reputation conscious, someone who's in the public eye, and potentially like you could be in the public eye because of your partnership. You probably will connect with highly successful or motivated people, and yeah, you probably will relate to a parent who was the kind of strong or dominant parent more. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting energy. In terms of the context of meeting your person, this usually happens in either 10th house or 4th house energy. So the 10th house has to do with career, long-term goals, structure, status, reputation, public image, masculinity, men, fathers, or experts or fame. So this could be meeting someone at work, meeting someone through some sort of goal pursuits, like if you go to a seminar to kind of further your own goals or something like that. Anything to do with like public image fame or expert. So you could meet someone by going to either an expert's event or talk or something, and like either get involved with that expert or someone who's in a similar field to that expert. You may meet someone through any sort of like kind of masculine energy endeavors or anything tied to men, father figures, or just like general paternal figures. Like any kind of more masculine energy caregivers may have an influence on you meeting this person in some way. Also, like with this fourth house energy, which is home, roots, family, self-care, emotions, mother, children, women, femininity. Like you could meet someone having something to do with your home, their home, like in someone's home, someone who's connected to your family in some way, anyone who's connected to your mother, or like women in your life, or you're set up with this person through those kind of connections. Yeah, or any sort of like kind of self-care comfort things as well could also be relevant. Different astrologers will either use 10th or 4th house energy. So yeah, just use whatever feels right. Sorry, I'm just plugging in my phone so it doesn't run out of charge. So we'll get some more specific messages using this traditional tarot. Okay, so we have Emperor and Empress energy both in the same orientation. So this is definitely heavy divine counterpart connection energy. There's this separation energy. So you potentially may meet this person and then have either a falling out with this person or lose contact with them and then re-engage with them in some way before you guys kind of enter into this soulmate phase of this connection. It's interesting that these are both threes. Threes in tarot, Kabbalah tarot, traditionally represent kind of more feminine energies or more feminine orientated energies. This Three of Pentacles though, this is a Mars and Capricorn energy, and this is definitely very 10th house energy, like kind of doing the work. But it's also very collaborative doing the work. So I would say that you're likely to collaborate with this person in this 10th house energy. Like you might work with this person or like meet this person through some sort of collaboration. Like it's definitely not going to be there's definitely not going to be kind of no outside influence or no apparent outside influence. Like it's definitely going to have something to do with that for sure. I would say that based on this separation energy with these two energies coming out in reverse, that probably when you meet you're probably not going to be ready for each other, but over the time of knowing each other, you'll like grow into it. And some of that will have to do with your own ability to kind of take care of yourself, practice self-love, nurture the self, and also like dealing with any of your past stuff, especially like grief and pain with these two energies. Like these are both heavy, like dealing with past pain energies, overcoming past traumas, overcoming kind of triggers. So yeah, it'll probably be definitely kind of a not readiness and then a growing into each other of some kind. This Page of Swords energy, this is traditionally a very kind of youthful energy, especially to do with thinking and communication. So the reason why you guys might fall out will probably be to do with either miscommunications or like not understanding where each other's coming from, especially mentally. So yeah, that's something to be mindful of, that this connection is probably going to be pretty messy initially, while you guys kind of learn some lessons to be able to be actually together. Like it'll take some time and take some energy to kind of make that happen. But let's see if there's anything else in the oracles for you that you need to know about in regards to the context of meeting this person. Okay, so we have addiction, codependent tendencies. So this is probably to do with this naive, haven't dealt with the past, haven't dealt with triggers, haven't dealt with past pain energy, because this butterfly is heavy healing the inner child and growth energy. So I'd say that to make this connection work, you're going to have to heal your wounds, heal your triggers. Probably the more you do that now, if you haven't met this person, the easier it'll be and the less time you'll be in separation for. If you've already if you feel like you've already met this person and you're already in separation from them, it's probably a good idea to really focus on healing the inner child and growing personally, to evolve this relationship or evolve the ability of this relationship to even manifest. It's probably likely that this miscommunication will create this kind of masking effect where you won't be kind of aware of each other's true feelings. You may gaslight each other or gaslight yourselves just due to your own naiveties, your own triggers, and things like that. And it's very likely that after this period of separation, you'll have to kind of really talk about some stuff before you guys can kind of make it work again. Because yeah, this separation will trigger a lot of pain, especially pains from the past, and any kind of open wounds that you have from past karmic connections, or like any past like kind of teachers of lessons. It's the falling out might be super sudden. You may need to explore other options while you guys are in separation to learn some lessons to kind of get more into these Empress and Emperor energies. Like, you may not be able to do that just by solo work alone. You may need some mirroring to kind of really heal and get that. But it's likely that this person will be kind of like too much of a mirror, so you won't be able to necessarily do all the healing with this person. Like, there'll still obviously be some healing left to do by the time you reunite, but yeah, kind of along the way in the separation, if other connections manifest, just trust that they're karmic, that they're to teach you something. Kind of lean in as much as you possibly can, and learn the lessons, because know that they're probably divine intervention connections to support you on your healing and growth and journey. But I think I'm going to leave that there. I hope you got everything out of this reading that you really wanted and needed, or I hope you're entertained at the very least. If you're continuing to the next part, you can use the part 3 timestamp. And if this is where you're leaving for whatever reason, ciao. It's been a pleasure reading for you. I would love if you could like, comment, and subscribe. And whether I see you in the next video or in the next part, thanks for watching. So if your 7th house ruler falls in the 11th house, if you know your birth time, and if it falls in Aquarius energy, if you don't, or if you're just getting that kind of reading today, then your partnerships are likely to be tied in some way to friendships, or like groups or social media, or like colleagues or something like that. So it's likely that you meet people in that way, or like your partners will be kind of interconnected to those webs in some way. It's likely that you attract people who are very independent, kind of unique, unusual maybe, and people who kind of pull attention a lot, or who really enjoy a lot of freedom in connections, which is kind of good, because usually this placement means that you don't necessarily smother a partner either. Like, you prefer someone to be free, and for you to have also your own space to pursue independent activities. But in terms of the context of meeting this person, often it's in a very 11th house or 5th house way. So to do with groups, friends, social awareness, humanitarianism, technology, futuristic kind of energies or hopes and wishes. So a lot of the time you either are friends with people first, or you meet people through mutual friends, or mutual connections, or you meet people through some sort of like either volunteering or humanitarianism, or some sort of like social awareness issue like politics or something like that. And or like it could be very 5th house energy, so to do with romance, love, play, creativity, fertility, joy, theatrics, drama, kind of like that heavy Leo energy. So you could meet someone in either romantic settings, fun settings, settings where you're essentially just having a good time. Like this could be kind of out in some sort of capacity, especially like in movie theaters or like just theaters in general, or anything like that. But we'll get some more specific messages using our traditional tarot. Spirit, could please have messages regarding the context of... Okay, this is also heavy Aquarius energy. We have messages about the context. And could you please clarify this full energy, please? Okay, so when you meet this person, you might be going through it with this Nine of Swords energy. Like this is like traditionally associated with feelings of depression or anxiety, and this Fool card is kind of a stickiness energy. Right way up, it usually refers to kind of new cycles, but upside down, it often refers to feeling stuck in some way or getting stuck in some way, especially in the mind and emotions, just based on this kind of Swords energy that came out. So yeah, you may meet them when you're kind of struggling in some way. This Five of Swords is also a heavy kind of struggle energy, loneliness and solitude energy. It's associated with kind of like where you fall on your sword when it comes to your own stories, which is kind of a similar energy to the Nine, I would say. Like, yeah, get anywhere where you kind of get trapped in your own kind of, especially negative automatic thoughts or limiting beliefs and things like that. Especially clarified by the Six of Pentacles energy, which is quite a generous Taurus moon, kind of feels, vibey, aesthetic energy. Like, I would say that you might not be super generous with yourself or with your perception of others. You may be overly critical of yourself or others. And this may be contributing to this kind of feeling of anxiety, depression, or stagnation. Like you may be being way too hard on yourself or way too hard on others, and potentially you have unrealistic expectations when you meet this person. It's very likely though that you'll kind of feel this love at first sight energy. This Two of Wands is traditionally kind of a discovery kind of energy, or like it's just a heavy kind of like spark. It's an Aries cardinal kind of energy. And then this Ten of Cups is kind of the ultimate fulfillment of love, relationships, wish fulfillment, happiness, alignment. So these two energies coming out together is definitely giving me love at first sight. Like everything turns on its head like almost immediately, and you guys just fall madly in love essentially, like by the looks of it here. But we'll see if the love oracles have anything to add. Do we have anything else about the context of these 7th house rulers relationship? Yeah, so you guys will probably start dating initially. I would say it's probably important for you to not engage in this golden mirror energy. Like when you do find this person, like it'll be really important that you're working on these energies, or else you're probably not going to show up super well in this connection. Yeah, so potentially like think about maybe going to some therapy or start some sort of spiritual practice or something to kind of work on these energies so that you're not in as kind of darker place when you meet this person, because I'm sensing that it'll probably end in self-sabotage and probably end in a separation if you don't. So in order for you to kind of be able to pursue this connection with the best on the best foot, like definitely receive what you need, do what you need to do to kind of avoid this kind of unnecessary pain, I would call it. especially if this pain is coming from past connections, it's important that you kind of do your best to like move on and close any past connections that may negatively influence this connection when it does roll around. Yeah, because we've essentially basically got three double cards that are conflicting energies. Like one's like really positive, romantic energy, and one's really kind of challenging, kind of dark shadow kind of energy. So it's probably likely that you'll find your shadows activated a lot in this connection, and you'll just have to work with it very constructively and really like be open to the positive aspects of this connection, because kind of the light will help you get through the darkness for sure. And yeah, any way that you can kind of set yourself up for success is probably smart, so you can enjoy the kind of connection when it rolls around, and that you don't engage in too much self-sabotage of any kind. But I think I'm going to leave that there. If you're moving on to the next part, you can head to that timestamp. If you're not, for whatever reason, thanks so much for watching this far. My name's Jade Wilding. It's been a pleasure reading for you. I would love if you could like, comment, and subscribe, and whether I see you in the next part or the next video. Thanks for watching. Ciao. Okay, so for anyone who has their 7th house ruler in the 12th house or in Pisces energy, depending on what reading you're getting and whether or not you know your birth time, it's likely that your partnerships are probably going to be pretty complex. There might be some sort of savior element to it. So either that you attract people with savior complexes or you have one. It's like usually associated with heavy fixing energy, or where there's special kind of support or attention that needs to be paid to each other or that bonds you together in some way. These relationships also tend to be a little bit unbalanced when it comes to power, and definitely unbalanced when it comes to sacrifice or support. There's also a tendency to end up in very private relationships that maybe people don't know about at all, or very few people know about. And yeah, there's definitely potential to either sacrifice too much or have too much sacrificed for you in relationships. Obviously, it's all very intentional based on lessons that we're supposed to learn in this life. But yeah, this can be kind of more of a challenging placement. But in terms of the context of meeting your person, a lot of the time it comes with either a 12th house or 6th house energy. So 12th house energies have to do with endings, healings, closures, spirituality, solitude, karma, older age, afterlife energy, what's hidden, limiting beliefs, subconscious, and the collective unconscious. So you could meet someone when something huge in your life comes to an end, like some sort of big cycle closes. You may meet someone while you're doing any sort of like healing endeavors, so like yoga or acupuncture, or like going to some sort of like herbalist or nutritionist or something like that. You probably will end up with someone a little bit older, or you'll meet someone in a later stage in your life, or someone that you just have a lot of kind of karma with, you'll probably spend a lot of time with, or anything that like people activate your subconscious energies, or your the collective unconscious conditioning that you might have received. But if you could also meet people in the 6th house context, which has to do with health, fitness, systems, analytics, pets, work, organizations, and usefulness or service. So you may meet people at some sort of like health something or other, like a health food shop or something like that. You may meet people in like gyms or like fitness centers. You may meet people at work. You may meet people at like dog parks. You may meet people in any kind of context where you're kind of being of service to others. Yeah, so let's also, like, these energies, like Pisces is double fish, and Virgo, the little M, like that has a little fish on it, so you may see fish when you meet your soulmate person as well. But let's get a reading for more about this context of meeting this person. Get more about the context of meeting this person, please. Clarify this. Okay, so you may meet this person in a time of change. This Two of Pentacles traditionally reflects some kind of change, some sort of like, especially changing of the balance. Like if you're in some sort of situation where kind of the balances of your life are changing, it's probably a good time to meet this person. This is a Jupiter and Capricorn energy, and it has a lot to do with like looking for opportunities, but also organizing yourself, creating structures, abandoning anything that's like not serving you in terms of like your kind of approach to getting stuff done in life, any sort of like expansion, especially material expansion, and kind of getting into a more organic rhythm for yourself. So you may meet this person when you're kind of like essentially doing this kind of like overhaul, especially if you're like overhauling with this kind of like manifesting something better for yourself energy. Like this Ace of Pentacles right way up is a heavy manifesting and fortune energy. So yeah, if there's any sort of change that you're making in that kind of context, like it's very likely that you'll meet your person around the same time. It's very likely that you'll meet someone when you're kind of in a habit of intellectualizing as well in life. This King of Swords is a heavy intellectualizing energy. And then this Hermit card is a heavy Virgo energy. Right way up, it usually refers to someone who's like definitely learning stuff about their past, probably doing a lot of shadow work, but right way up, usually it's kind of got this good balance of kind of like feeling your feelings as well. But when it comes out in reverse, clarified by this energy, I would say you'll kind of be in your head in a lot of ways when it comes to your healing, and maybe be in your head when it comes to trying to initiate on this energy here, on this change, to try and manifest things differently. Like I don't think you'll necessarily be in the flow of things. You'll be more kind of in the thinking of things when you first encounter this person, and when you do encounter this person, there may be some need to kind of do some self-reflection and maybe some self-care to kind of understand like how to open yourself up to this person in that way, just based on kind of all these energies. Like yeah, there might be some sort of like sudden urge to kind of shift how you're operating when you meet this person, to kind of accommodate them in your life. Like they might come with this kind of awareness of kind of where you're going wrong with some things, and if not straight away, like in the early stages of this relationship, like things will be definitely shifting for you as a result. But let's see if the love oracles have anything else for us. Okay, so yeah, this connection will invite in a lot of clarity. It'll ask you to reevaluate everything that you're kind of doing. So it'll come at a good time. It'll definitely put some pressure on to change some things, probably empower you a lot more, and definitely teach you some things. There may be a period of time where this person maybe isn't showing you how they're feeling, and there may be some need to kind of take a risk to kind of put yourself out there with this connection. and potentially taking a while to kind of build up this connection while you're kind of sorting yourself out personally. Like there may be a reason to kind of take it slow, like talk a lot, and worry about the physical a little bit less, so that you can kind of be on the best kind of starting place to start a connection in. I think if you were to rush into this, like, you potentially wouldn't be in a super like kind of balanced and ready place when this connection comes in. So yeah, I think this is definitely one of those soul contract connections where you'll have a lot to learn, and almost immediately, like, you'll be learning stuff in this relationship for sure. So yeah, just take it easy. But I think I'm going to leave that here. I hope you got everything out of this reading that you really wanted and needed, or I hope you're entertained at the very least. If you're continuing on to the next part, you can use the timestamp below. If you're not, for whatever reason, thank you so much for watching. My name is Jade Wilding, and it's been a pleasure reading for you. I would love if you can like, comment, and subscribe. And whether I see you in the next part or in the next video, ciao. Okay, so part 3 of our reading, when will you meet your soulmate? I'm not actually going to do a tarot reading for this part. I'm just going to direct you to the astrology of this part of your reading, so that you can kind of decipher this for yourself. But we are all most likely to meet our soulmate when Jupiter or Venus are transiting our 3rd, 7th, or 11th houses, or the house it's positioned in the time of our birth. So for me, I'm most likely to meet a soulmate when Jupiter or Venus transit my 3rd house of Scorpio, my 7th house of Pisces, and my 11th house of Cancer. Or the position for my Jupiter return, which is when Jupiter is in Libra. So this is especially most significant for feminine energies, just given that feminine Jupiter dynamic that we've already spoken about, who are more attracted to more masculine energies. Obviously, it doesn't apply as strongly to feminine energies who are attracted to more feminine energies. Or it also really heavily applies to Virgo and Gemini risings, because both of these descendants have Jupiter rulership. So both Pisces and Sagittarius both have Jupiter rulership. So the Jupiter transits for those signs are way more significant. However, for all of us, they're pretty significant. All Jupiter transits are significant when it comes to meeting soulmates, meeting really significant connections. So to find out when you're most likely to meet your soulmate, what you need to do is essentially get on Google and find out when the transits are happening in the future or have happened in the past. If you think you've already met your soulmate, especially just given this reading, like someone might have come to mind. So what you'll do is you'll go into Google. So for me, I would Google, when is Jupiter transiting Scorpio, which is my 3rd house? When is Jupiter transiting Pisces, which is my 7th house? When is Jupiter transiting Libra, which is my 2nd house or my Jupiter return? And when is Jupiter transiting Cancer, which is my 11th house? So whichever sign rules your 3rd, 7th, and 11th house, as well as wherever Jupiter was placed when you were born, that's what you'll search to find out those transits, remembering that you might have already met them, so these transits might have been in the past. If you think you already have met them, it can be super interesting to go back and look at when those transits were happening and if you met them in this time, because that can be like a little confirmation for you. So yeah, I'm going to do a tarot spread for this. That's just basically the lowdown on how you'll meet them. If you identify with more of a masculine energy and that Jupiter return energy doesn't seem to fit for you all that well, you can do the same thing, but you would Google when Venus is transiting either the 3rd, 7th, 11th, or birth placement house. So for me, that would be 5th. The 5th house as well can be a significant relationship indicator. It tends not to be as significant as 3rd, 7th, and 11th. But because it rules sex and romance, like sometimes it can bring pretty significant connections in. So yeah, those transits will be really important in determining when you'll meet your person. But I think I'm going to leave that here. I've pre-recorded all of the parts of the reading where I've like explained the astrology, and I know the tarot is just going to take so long, so I'm expecting this to be a long video. I'm expecting it to take a few days to upload. So if you're here, if you've watched this video, thank you so much. Let me know how this format goes. I'm kind of just like making it up and like doing a bit of a choose your own adventure thing, and I know it's going to be a bit weird and random, and I'm not really sure how it's going to work out. But yeah, leave me any feedback that you have, how your reading went for you, especially kind of like the choose your own adventure part. And yeah, thanks so much for supporting me at Wilding Tarot. I really appreciate it. And until I see you again, ciao.